favorite toast with a song.
Twist?
Perhaps the moon knows the secret of the new sound.
He's so bright and pull on the surfaces. He's so bright and he walking on my face. He's so bright and
Open your mind. Let us begin our quest to find the new sound.
I've got new nicey nicey zoo. I've got nice.
Look at the shine and everything we need.
Zoo. I've got new nicey nicey zoo.
Okay, let's have fun.
Nicey nicey zoo. I've got new nicey nicey zoo. I've got new
Look at the shine and
nicey nicey zoo. I've got new nicey nicey zoo. I've got new.
look at the shine.
He's so bright and bright, pull on the surfaces. He's so bright and he walking on my face. He's so bright and bright, pull on this and pull on this. He's so bright and he walking on my face. Better bet him. Nicey nicey zoo. I've got new nicey nicey zoo. I've got new
Look at the shine and
nicey nicey zoo. I've got new nicey nicey zoo. I've got new
Sound.
you must choose.
It's cold outside.
Bimbo Bimbo. My name is Mr. Susan. You must choose, and now it is time for you to do the choosing. I am Mr. Bean.
I've got flies.
Look at them shine. I am Mr. King.
I've got you.
You must choose.
I've got flies.
Look at them shine.
Trapped in cabinets.
Can I get out? Will it get out? Cause he will.
You like a single time, Vince, single time. Oh, you like a single time. Everything I need here. You like a single time, Vince, single time. Oh, you like a single time. I did a rhyme. Oh,
Nicey, zoo. I've got you. Nicey, zoo. You better. I've got flies.
look at them shine.
Nicey, zoo. I've got you. Nicey, zoo. I've got you.
Good evening, everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Chad, I've only had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days, so tonight we'll see how long I feel like I can survive tonight. But this was a stream that was supposed to happen not yesterday, tomorrow, and then I was invited to play a game, which which will be announced another day. But tonight I have Sparky on here tonight. Would you like to give yourself a little bit of an introduction here, sir?
Oh, I suppose I can introduce myself. Sparky's Tech Corner. I just do all sorts of shenanigans online by, either making certain VTubers seem more certain internet online personalities. Gaming, tech, whatever it is. I usually talk about different things online, but that's about it.
Well, don't you also do AI sound covers as well?
Yeah, that's what I mean by making certain VTubers seem with certain online personalities like Pippa and Medico.
Yeah.
I never really, to be honest, I never really heard of a place called TVA.
The Virtual
And
Asylum.
I went to go look myself up there. I'm like, oh god.
Oh, are you on the Virtual Asylum?
Yeah, known for the person making Peppa seem more Jim and doing all sorts of stuff like that. So,
I'll be honest with you. I'm mostly in the TVA's disc. You know what? I should tell them that I'm live right now, by the way, so that they can come say hi. If you're telling me that, I might as well let them know who I'm streaming with right now. I keep forgetting
yeah,
they want
pretty
me
much.
I keep forgetting they want me to show my streams in there, so I need to make sure I do that. Hello, chat, by the way.
Yes, hello, Jet. No, it's not Master Chief.
Master Chief. Chief. Aren't you based off of Mega Man?
I am based off Mega Man. I'm actually based off of Mega Man Volnuts from Mega Man Legends. It's basically just a prototype Zero variant.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like how you were able to get away with that, but like I don't think it really matters that much. I also noticed you have the 4 out of 5 stars on your chest, which is
that was a personal touch that the artist put on there after seeing all the stuff I've done. So
yeah.
I mean, I like it. It's not the best, but it's a lot better than what I got presented with to start with from certain artists. I sent you that artwork, so
Yeah. Very much put a man at home. Just don't tell Capcom. No, don't tell Capcom at all.
Oh, Capcom abandoned Mega Man. What are you talking about? He's still up on the moon for God's sakes. It's like they don't even care about him.
Well, I mean, like you might not be wrong, but it's Japan and their IP. They like to protect their IPs, even if they never use them.
I've been using this variant of the Avatar since 2016. I am pretty sure I'm in the safe and close so far.
You think so?
Yeah, I made plenty of videos poking fun at Capcom.
That's funny. That's funny. Capcom's one of the companies that's kind of fully embraced DI, isn't it?
I believe so. They're trying to go that route, but Capcom's just one of those weird companies that they tried to they ask the fan base, what they want to see or what they want to see remakes of, and they're like very underhanded with some of the selections that they give to people. They don't give the people a choice. It's like, hey, pick between these things. It's like, well, we want these older games that you made a long time ago, and you're not putting them out.
Yeah. So most people just don't believe that they'll be doing anything anytime soon then.
Yeah. But as far as I'm concerned with like the Avatar and stuff like that, it's not Mega Man, it's a different variant. They're not gonna make anything like this, and I'm not marketing anything on it. I don't shield anything, I don't do much with it or anything like that. Other people have. I don't.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that goes in the realm of copyright.
Of course it is.
Copyright sucks.
Indeed. Speaking of copyright, this wasn't something we necessarily said we would talk about, but you've seen the Palworld stuff going on, yeah?
Yes, I have. Actually, I believe I brought it to Mitzi's attention on one of their streams, and that kind of got them talking about it, and then you guys talked about it last night on Under the T podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, that's wild. They couldn't get them on copyright. They had to get them on game mechanics.
Which, I believe if there is any fighting there, it might potentially be, like, stopped. Because, in my personal opinion, like, the things that they were claiming infringement on were done after Palworld was created. So I am not entirely too sure exactly what to expect on that front. So we'll have to kind of just wait and see if we actually get anything from that. However, I have been told that even if Nintendo wins, you're not really going to see a whole lot in terms of the game being taken down. The game's not going to get taken down, is what I'm trying to say here. What will probably happen is they will pay a fee, and then the game just continues on.
It'll be something like that. They'll pay a fee, or they'll just change mechanics in the game to something else. Which, I mean, yeah, it's what catching monsters in Palworld, something that is integral to the game.
Yes.
But if it comes down to it, it's an easy enough change. It's equivalent of like if someone used the Nemesis system or a variant of it, and whoever made the Nemesis system want to go after another game, you just change the dynamics of it.
Yeah.
It's like patent is a little bit different than copyright. So as we all know, Nintendo is very copyright happy.
They are.
Over people using their own, their stuff and stuff like that.
Yes.
But
yes,
they couldn't. They couldn't do copyright because it was too much. Similar from what Pokemon actually is. You can't. It's the old saying: you can't copyright a monster type or anything like that. It's like you always gotta have like bipedal monsters. You gotta have colored monsters, stuff like that. If that was the case, you have like shows like Monster Rancher, monsters from Final Fantasy. There's several other games that would fall infringing on that, and even if Nintendo won on that, they themselves would get sued because they took the idea from someone else.
Yeah.
So they can't do that. So they got to go on IP. And my theory is they're gonna go on mainly catching mechanics, the breeding mechanics, and the mount riding mechanics for like riding on the Pokemon, the Power Monsters and stuff. Because if you go through and do a little research, the Legends AZ game that's supposed to be coming out 2025.
Legends Arceus.
It's not Arceus. Well, it's similar to Arceus, but it's supposed to be set in a futuristic world, and I believe it's supposed to be going into X and Y instead of Diamond Pole.
Yeah.
like Arceus was. But they're telling that, they're going back to the immense of open world because everyone liked the open world, and they're gonna have better interactions and better catching mechanics and better, they're basically everything they're touting, and what Palworld's and they're touting that they're gonna do in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gearing up for 2025 for their game to make sure everything's locked in, so they can say they did it first.
Right. That's very interesting. I'm very interested to see how that's gonna work out for them, because thus far, the only people that are really happy with this are the Nintendo bros, that are really happy that a game is being sued and creativity is being stifled. Those are the only people that I see happy about this. Everybody else is just like not happy.
The diehard fanboys is what's really cheering this whole thing on.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole viewpoint on this is like you're trying to patent a game mechanic. It's like let's break this down to simplicity. Throwing a ball to catch a monster. It's like the creators of Call of Duty patenting throwing a grenade to blow someone up, or EA patenting throwing a baseball to be hit by a bat.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially how I'm looking at it. Now, I know it goes a lot more in depth, and I know there's a lot more nuance to that, but
I believe there is, yeah.
Yeah, but when you just go into it, that's basically what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, if there's anything different in that, a variable changed, it puts a chink in what they want to do. And whenever these patents were filed, it's actually really interesting because they were filed after, some of them were put in like 2020, beginning of 2024, May 2024, and stuff like that. Some of them were put in after Palworld got announced in 2021. So Nintendo's been gearing up for this, and when you look and when they were just accepted within the last month to 2 months. And this is also on the heels of a lawsuit that Nintendo just won against China against knockoff games.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's really interesting. But I think the fact that they are only doing it after getting the patents is it is just kind of scummy a little bit to me. And again, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen from that. If I were a judge, I'm not, but if I was a judge, I would say that you probably would not be allowed to do that, just because it's just like, copywriting something after something else is created. And to be honest with you, that is probably going to be something that the devs for Palworld are going to argue when they rebut. I hope. I hope that they're smart enough to do that. They have enough money that they probably can afford a lawyer that can do that.
Well, and unfortunately, along with this, we got to remember one key fact. This is not America. Both Palworld headquarters and Nintendo headquarters are in Japan.
Yes, so we are going to be seeing Japanese law applied here.
Yeah, and when it comes to Japanese law, we all know Japan hates copyright. Mm-hmm. There is no fair use in Japan.
Yes, there is absolutely zero fair use when it comes down to that. So I'm interested to see where it goes, honestly.
And they also go by the honor system too. So I mean,
very heavy honor, them Japanese people.
Yeah, I die laughing if Nintendo goes, they dishonored us by doing this to our game. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh god.
I do think sometimes that kind of goes a little too far, but yeah. Really quickly, Wesk, thank you for the 5. This is your first super chat. Everybody say thank you. Once again, a reminder that you cannot write this lawsuit off. Everyone's saying stuff is not used to Japanese IP laws. Yes. Now, this isn't something that's just going to be easily discarded by people, and I don't think you should. Because, again, it's not American law. It is Japanese law, which is vastly different. I think the best person to really ask about this is probably going to be Legal Mindset, because I do believe he knows. He was an attorney that knows Disney contracts and stuff, so he's probably the guy to ask about this. He's probably already talked about it. I have no idea.
Yes, on his Diddy stream that he did the other night, he kind of segmented away on the beginning of it and talked about this just a little bit. And, you know, he had on the same talking points and all that good stuff. Unfortunately, right now, well, only knowing the basis of it and not knowing actual details, the only thing we can do is speculate.
Yes.
And from what it looks like, Pocket Pad doesn't even know what IPs they supposedly infringed on.
They don't even know yet what's really going on. Right.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, too, and me and a couple of my friends on podcasts I do were talking about this the other night, and Microsoft really likes Palworld, especially for the Xbox and all that good stuff. Yeah. And one of the things that they could do is, you know, Microsoft buy out Pocket Pad and move it over to the United States. That is a thing they could do, but with a lawsuit being initiated, I think it would just fall over anyways. That's something that we were talking about.
That indeed is something that they could do, although I feel like it would not be the most advantageous thing for them to do while this lawsuit is going on. So I don't know. That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
A good example.
I hate thinking about that, but yeah.
Yeah. A good example of the heavy-handed honor system. There was a manga all about poking fun at a big isekai that came out around the time. It was swiftly canceled because it was thought to be too mean. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Well, I mean, and we can also we can look back to when Palworld first came out. There was I don't remember the guy's name, but he's a modder for, he does different mods on games, and he actually created a full reskin of Palworld to have the Pokemon characters in it. And, you know, in Nintendo fashion, they sent a cease and desist to him. Yes.
And that was like a valid use, I feel like, because he was just blatantly reskinning the entire game to have them in it. So,
I can make an argument for and against it. Argument for it is like if he was making money off of it, I can see that.
Yes.
If he's just doing it as a fun project for people to screw around on and go, hey, you can put this on your game and put it out to people, I don't see where Nintendo have any rights to do anything with that. But then again, Nintendo does a lot of screwy things also.
Oh yeah, I agree. So, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, we kind of mentioned this last night. It's just one of those things that it's an ongoing thing. And yeah, I don't know. Nintendo DMCA'd that guy because he also paywalled the mod. Oh yeah, if you paywall mods, you're definitely gonna get in trouble because Nintendo doesn't mess around with stuff like that.
See, I don't even know. See, the last time I checked in on it, and it could have been after the fact, but I know the beginning portions of it, the mod wasn't even out yet. He made the skins, he put them on, and then he showcased it on video, and Nintendo DMCA'd the video. They never really attacked the sites or anything like that. They DMCA'd his YouTube video. That's what I know of. I never kept track of it afterwards, so if he actually made the mod and then put it behind paywall and they did that afterwards, I did not keep up with that one. Very fair. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how that works out. Oh man. Yeah, no, I'm all for, you know, people wanting to mod their own games and do whatever they want for them. It's like, if you want to put, you know, if you want to put Pokemon and Halo or whatever, or Call of Duty and have fun with it, it's like, by all means, you should be able to do it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, somebody brought up Concord. Oh gosh.
God. No.
The funny thing, so have you seen some of the, I can't remember his name, but he's from the Side Scrollers podcast. He has been like giving out bits and pieces of information about the game, and apparently they are facing mass layoffs at the company for Concord, which is to be expected because when you make a game, It costs $400 million, and it only makes about $1 million. Yeah, I would imagine that there's going to be some massive layoffs.
Well, I mean, how long did the game last for? Not even a week.
About just under 2 weeks, I believe.
So, I mean, yeah. And then you got other things too. Is like, you know, the game was funded by, from what I heard, what, different governments?
No, that is Dustborn. Dustborn is...
Dustborn wasn't.
Yes.
That's right. I'm getting it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
15
got two
days?
games.
Yes. Well, I'll be honest with you. You would be fine to be confused because both games did come out at roughly the same time, and they do both...
They look similar to me.
They both are similar in just nastiness, I guess you could say. But yeah.
Yeah, trust me. I watched your playthrough of Dustborn, and I'm sitting there going, "You must really hate yourself."
Oh yeah. I mean, okay. Here's the thing. You know why I played the game? Because I didn't really necessarily play it because I wanted to. I played the game because I bet my chat that they wouldn't buy Lumi a VR headset.
Yeah, I remember that one. And one thing I've learned over the years of being on YouTube and doing stuff online, never tempt chat.
No, you never. Well, here's the thing. I will continue to tempt chat because my chat wants me to do it. My chat wants me to constantly ask them to do stupid things to me because they think it's funny. So I'm gonna continue to do, especially like recently. I have gained a lot of new fans that are asking me to like do things that I've never even considered doing in my life.
Yeah, I've noticed in your Discord, it's been getting kind of spicy.
I am gonna try and avoid like the hyper spicy, if you know what I mean. Like, so what I've been asked, some people have asked me like if I would send them special messages, and at first I was like, well, I feel like that goes into a category of things that I normally would not agree to do. But I talked to my new manager, and he's like, okay, you better be pretty careful if you accept to do something like. He's like, one, you better gauge how much money you're willing, like, because like it's one of those things where you got to do a lot of cost benefit analysis. And so we are currently doing the analysis on it. Like I'm doing a trial run right now of basically all of that, and my goal is to start with a couple of people, and if they want audio, we'll discuss the audio. If they want like text or whatever, you know, we'll go that way. And the goal is to kind of gauge interest and see like if I need to higher the prices or stuff. So I'm starting with 5 people, and we're just gonna go from there. So
You heard it here first. Only tentacles, Occo.
oh my god. Occo can't be tricked into doing Dami Mommy chat. Maybe for the right price, I don't know.
Well, if that's what's happening, I'm gonna see my way out the door.
Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Not
Not this stream.
Not on
Not
stream.
this stream.
No, I'm not gonna do it on this stream. That's not an issue. No. We're just going to we're just here to talk chat. There may be some satisfactory noises in the background. But no, not here, chat. Not here. We don't do that on stream here. We got the green light. You might have the green light. You have a green light for a price, chat. Alright? Like, if that's something you want, I think I have one more slot open for it. I have 4 people that jumped on it immediately. I have one more slot open for it. And this is the best time to do it, because while I am in the stages of figuring out how much money it should cost to charge people, basically people can get away with asking me to do whatever they want for 30 seconds to a minute. Now, I will say that there is going to be some restrictions. I'm not going to... I am going to not do everything somebody asks for. And, yeah.
I just want to remind you, this was the mistake Peppa did long ago, and a certain internet hat salesman climbed onto it and made it an actual thing.
Oh, what? Are you talking about when she showed her feet?
Peppa Pets!
Oh, that's right. Well, okay, here's the thing. I'm not going to show body parts. That's like a hard no for me, and everybody knows that. Like, everybody, like, when I've gained, when I started gaining all of these new people, I resolved that, I would not show any form of my body. Mostly just, I mean, like, when I started streaming, I resolved that. Because, like, I am not going to be that kind of e-whore. And I don't think Pippa is either. I just think that she did it for the jokes and the lulz. But I resolved that there was not going to be any e-whoring going on. So that will not be shown. The worst is I'm just probably going to get some weird clips. But I've told people that, like, these clips are made for them. And if they clip them and then release them, they will not be allowed to do it ever again. And the individuals who have asked seem like they would definitely be upset if that were to happen. So they're probably just not going to do that. So.
Well, I can say this much: you're a lot braver than I am.
New quartz research available.
I already cringe at the fact because I've got somebody in my chat that calls me Daddy Sparky as a joke for Daddy Jim.
Daddy Sparky.
Because, yeah, it's like, no.
Pippa really tried to backtrack. Well, I think that there's a reason why she's not done any of that stuff ever since. Yeah. No VTuber,
yeah, but she
really?
gets she gets ribbed every time Medica streams though, so it's
yeah.
funny.
No, yeah.
But no, it's yeah. I really don't know what to say on those ventures except for just be careful.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, yeah. I'm gonna be. I'm definitely gonna be careful about it. Like I said again. Like there are some hard limits. Some of these people have already asked for things that I'm not going to do. Am I playing status? And why am I not showing the screen? I am. We're just gonna have it as background for right now. I might show it a little bit later. It's just kind of background noise, honestly. We were gonna like do some like Phasmophobia tonight, but one of my eyes is like, unironically, chat, one of my eyes is blurry, and I've been up for 3 hours trying to correct it. I do believe that part of that is because the sinus on that side of my head is also clogged up, so I can't see properly out of one of my eyes right now. So I told Sparky that it probably isn't a good idea to play a ghost game and talk about stuff when I can hardly see. And Satisfactory's alright.
I was gonna say, first of all, we were gonna play Warframe, but I sucked so much at the game, and I'm not really a big fan of first-person shooters. I'm like, alright, it's so close to October. Hey, let's try Phasmophobia and get the crap scared out of us. And it's like, but it's better. I'm more of a talking head, anyways. I'm so busy with my life, with work, family, everything I gotta do. It just. I just don't find time to play games anymore. Yeah. And it sucks.
I mean, like, I've kind of, like, slowly drifted away from... And the thing is, I'm not necessarily sad about it, because when I was young, I didn't get enough games. Then, when I became an adult, I resolved that I would play 10 times more games. And I did it! I played all of the games I really wanted to in my early 20s. Now, in my mid to late 20s... I've realized that while I still want to play games, I'm okay playing less and just getting more value out of the little time I do have. And I think a part of me is sad that is the case. But there's also a part of me that's just like, that's part of growing up. I honestly do get more joy myself out of just talking. But, like, video games in the background is just kind of something... It does help move me along. So, I will say that I will still enjoy games, but only if I'm doing something else along with it. You know what I mean?
I've had a lot of bumps and stuff like that in my my YouTube career. I've put on a lot of different hats, no pun intended, since I started. And I've dabbled in a lot of stuff. And with all the stuff I've done on my channel... and things that's happened to me with like talking points, DMCA, when I actually started my channel and all that good stuff, my channel's pretty much a dead stick. So only reason why I've gone up to 1,600 subs so far is because of the AI covers I've done. Yeah. But you know, even with that, it's slowed down again. So it's like I don't expect much. I'm not looking to become big. I'm not looking to make money off it. I just do stuff I enjoy.
Yeah, just do stuff you enjoy. I do see chat talking about the Froot doc. Have you read the Froot doc at all?
I've skimmed through it.
You skimmed through it?
I'm not subjected myself to, what was that, 90 pages?
Yeah.
I'm not subjected myself to that. I have done the search feature to search for different things.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I can say with the whole Froot document is, to me, it seems like it's a distraction point.
A distraction point. I will be transparent. I've done a little bit more reading, and I feel like that's all it is. Like, is there some grievances in there of a woman that does feel abused? Yes. Am I willing to agree that she probably suffered some trauma because of this guy? Yeah, probably. But even after last night, I don't think that she can claim that she is an innocent person. And I think the thing that really sucks is not everybody, but a good chunk of simps, mostly simps, and other big VTubers are just willing to write off Froot as somebody that can do no wrong. And she is just a hurt whammon on the internet.
Well, my whole issue with the whole deal is, like I said, reading through some parts of the document and just looking at it, the opening and looking at it, it's completely one-sided, as all those documents are. It's your typical Me Too document that you see people from the Minecraft community and other places put out. It's pretty much cut dry the same thing with this person did this to me and I was forced to do this, and they made me feel like this, and I had no control over everything. They controlled it. It's cut dry the same thing. Now, am I discrediting what happened? No, I'm not discrediting that. But for the fact that everyone keeps missing, those are not the points that people are trying to bring up to Froot or even putting out. It's the other stuff, like the charity fraud stuff that she possibly did. Never gave the money to a certain charity that she said. The stuff that she's done to her own people at VShojo, and stuff that she's done in the past and past actions, the stuff that her mom does to other people.
Yeah, that was really weird. Like, I learned today that Josh, the owner of the Kiwi Farms, did talk about Froot on stream, which I didn't expect, because, like, when it comes to the VTuber community, it really takes a lot for something to break out of the sphere, and I didn't really think that having her doc come out was necessarily something that would fit in that whole thing. But it was so profound that the owner of the farms decided to talk about it. And he reminded me that her mother actively stalks people on Twitter and reports them and goes after them. It is actually hilarious.
Yeah, and you have all this stuff, plus you have, past actions from her past life, which to me, if you just look at it, is completely dumb, because I don't know why you would try to become a VTuber on a new account.
Yeah.
And use an old screen name from an old 4chan account you used to use.
Wait, her username is from 4chan?
I believe it is. I don't know the entire backstory, so don't quote me as fact. But I know her, Nanas, and a couple other people were like big on 4chan and stuff like that. I believe.
I do remember that.
Yeah. BS Apricot, yes. And she used to be a big time, heavy hitting, 4chaner. So looking at the stuff that they done back on 4chan back on the day, and just the personality you had to have to interact with sites like that, I remember, screwing around with That's Something Awful way long time ago. To be able to go on there and actually interact with people, you either gotta be really stupid and really naive, or you gotta actually know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And it's really manipulative on some of the stuff that she's done now. So I really highly doubt that she was, manipulated to do anything. And especially when you look back, is like, Froot, Nanas, both of them were big time 4chan units. Actually, I believe Nanas used to do like creepy stuff with certain types of content that people frown upon when you talk about it. So,
What kind of content? Sorry, I don't mean to like have you go into detail, but I actually don't know which ones you're talking about. Is this in relation to Lolly or?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like acting parts and doing like cringe reads and stuff like that.
I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
So when you look at all the stuff that's came out about that, to me, this document just seems like it's a distraction. And the other points I want to point out is one, there's no police report filed. If you're gonna do one of these documents of, oh my god, I was abused and all this stuff happened to me, I expect a police report, because if it does not one attached, I'm not gonna believe anything you say.
No, I agree.
And it's gotta be completely transparent on what was said and done. And from what I could tell, it was only one-sided conversation. And when also compared to that, look at Froot. How big is she? She is being backed by one of the biggest companies for VTubing and VShojo and stuff like that. She has a platform of hundreds of thousands of simps that would just listen to it and stuff like that. The guy, it's a campaign to go against him in the court of public opinion. And like I said, is this stuff true? I have no idea. But without knowing both sides of the conversation and knowing that nothing was really done legally, and they're just putting this out going, oh, whoa, poor pitiful me, I'm not inclined at all to believe it.
I am in the same camp personally. I look at the entire thing and it's just like I've said this on Twitter, and I'll say it again. If she was actually abused, like from what I read, if she was actually abused, that sucks, obviously, and I sympathize. I have a lot of friends that actually were hurt by abusers, and that really sucks. But like, I can't personally like what more do you want me to say after that? You know what I mean? It's like I look at this, it's like, okay, what's the next step you're asking for here? What are you looking for? Like, you typically if you typically don't really need to bring up trauma like this unless there is like a specific reason. Like what? Like why now? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
why now does she feel like she has to bring it up? Because like if it's so far in the past and you have moved so far past it, why now?
Like I said, it's either obfuscation or her ex is planning on doing something and she knows about it and she's trying to get ahead of it.
I have heard that theory.
Yeah, like I said, without knowing more details about it, it's only speculation. But I'm also putting that in the same category of this document speculation. I'm only going to go off of what I can actually see, and it's like, yeah, I can say it's pretty screwed up, but it's also really screwed up to have this happen to you and not go to the cops and use the excuse, well, he's black.
Wait, her husband's black? Or ex is black? I didn't know that.
I don't know. I know.
I can make so many jokes right now, chat. Chat, I could make so many jokes. Chat, we could make so many jokes right now. I think if that's actually true, chat, there's so many funny jokes we could make right now, and it would fit.
Yeah, he is. And that's like one of the main excuses I believe she's used of why she didn't file a police report, because he's black.
Be careful. Be careful. What do you mean be careful? I'm not actually saying anything, chat. Come on now. Guy sounds like an upstanding man. Come on now. I mean, he probably is. Like, if he was actually abusive, like, I read some of the stuff that she talked about. He does sound kind of like an asshole. But like, I don't know, really, chat. Like, if he is as bad as she says, man, they just really sound like they are really for each other.
See, and it's like, I don't even know what the living condition situations were, because I don't even know if they really lived together. Because the way it makes it sound like they were never together. Though, as a point, I know he was in the military and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's like,
I believe that he was like deployed a lot. But I don't really know the extent of what their relationship is and how long they, like, where things went along. All I know is that he was deployed and she decided to cheat on him while he was gone. So,
Yeah, but like I said, all around it's a screwed up situation. I think the last point I'll make on that whole deal is like, I'm not even exactly for sure how all this stuff came out. I can't remember. It's either something to do with he put something out publicly and somebody clambered onto it, or she mentioned something, or it was tied to like an account name or something that she's used. I'm not entirely for sure. Regardless or not, she clamped onto it and actually went with it instead of trying to, either her best bet would have been just to deny it and ignore it. The more she, her mom's trying to go at people online, or
her mom's going after people?
Mom.
Fair enough.
Mother. Yeah, but it's like just feeding that fire. It does not help.
No,
it does not help the case either.
It
just
not, no.
proves. It just kind of signals to people, hey, there's something to this.
No, yeah, chat. I will tell you right here, right now. When I started growing, just on Facebook, because Facebook was the first place that I actually started growing. And yes, chat, you can say you if you really want to. But when I started growing, I went to my mother and to my grandma, because my grandma loves me. She loves my content. Well, she doesn't love all my content. She doesn't really get time to watch all my content. But like, I went to both of them and said, you may consume my content if you want. You are not allowed to comment on it. You are not allowed to be in the public. And the reason being is if they are in the public, they will have increased issues of people going after them because they are related to me. So I told them, I was like, you are not allowed to, in any capacity, talk about who you are, or just like talk on my streams in general. You are to pretend you do not exist. And yeah, it is a kind of like sucky thing to say to a family member, just to say you can't really, be a part of the content there, or just like contribute. But you have to do that because there are people on the internet that are gonna be mean. Hell, there are people that are on the internet that just hate VTubers because they're VTubers, and so I wholeheartely believe that parents should. Oh, bye, buddy. Parents should not be involved in the content creation with them at all. I didn't know you did expansions.
I wish people like they decided want to go against mine, because my mom is like a heavy 8chan user.
Your mom is an 8chan user?
Yes. I'm like, no, why?
Is your mom a Q-boomer?
Yes.
Interesting. Based?
Yes. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't worry about stuff like that. People do stupid shit online all the time, and you're not gonna dissuade anyone from doing stupid stuff online. It's just the way the internet is.
4 grands. Ira, thank you for the 5. I feel like I have to tell my grandma not to be called by my birth name when she comes into my room during stream for her safety and mine. No, yeah, like legitimately. Well, I mean, I don't live with my parents anymore, so I don't really have that issue. My roommates know my name. They go by my nickname, which is what my family calls me, so they don't go by my first name. But even still, because my roommates are also streamers in some capacity, they know to be careful with that. But like everybody just has to be extra careful. So like, I don't go by my name really at all. My online friends, they know my name, but they are under strict instruction not to use it. So.
It's like with me, it's like I'm only face talks because my very first video is like, hey, camera. So my face has been out there for a really long time.
Oh yeah, you kind of screwed yourself over there.
Yeah, and it is what it is. Like, my area is, my general area and vicinity is known. My first name is known. My face is known. For me, it's whatever. I don't pay too much attention to it. There's nothing in my life to really say anything about.
Yeah.
So they tried to clamor on to anything. It's like, okay, whatever.
Oh, fair enough. But anyway, going back to Froot's mom here, because this whole conversation kind of started talking about Froot's mom. her mom is stupid. Her mom is really stupid. And I think that if Froot is not careful, well, I can't really say that because she's just not been careful, period. But like if she continues to not be careful, it's gonna come back to bite her, you know.
I'm actually real surprised that VShojo hasn't really. They're not gonna get involved publicly. That much is for sure.
They really just don't get involved, period.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that no like repercussions have happened because of any of this stuff. Because in a day, it comes like this from public perception.
Yeah.
You know, Froot's one of the I forgot. She's like one of the first generals, right? For Sojo, so it's like, you know, she's one of the, you know, big face brand name icons, and you know, trying to make a name for yourself and, you know, trying to be better than everyone else, it puts a black mark and black stain on the company itself. Even though the company's not involved and this is a personal matter and it's through her mom being dumb online, it still comes back to the company in end of the day. And I'm surprised that nothing really has been done, and you know, possibly nothing will be done unless something real major happens. Now, would it? Possibly. There's a lot of speculation. That's one of the reasons why Nanos left VShojo. It wasn't because amicable terms. It's because, you know, something back in past came back in better, and they parted ways on a nice, you know.
I forgot that Nanos is gone from them. I totally, completely forgot about that.
Yeah, so you got that, and it's really hard to tell, but I know if they're not careful, you know, something's gonna end up happening one of these days.
Yeah.
Connections compared to the Power Pole Mark 1.
That's insane. Oh goodness. Legit, if VShojo dropped Froot, people would probably hate it. Probably. I don't care though.
It probably would. And I said it wouldn't be they drop them. You wouldn't know what goes on in the back end of that whole deal. It'd be put off as some public perception of, you know, they left amicably and, you know, stuff like that. You know, VShojo's not dumb. They're not gonna go, we're gonna ixnay this person because of these reasons. If that was the case, I believe a couple people would have been cut long ago. So it'll be done smart.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can agree. I can agree with that.
But that kind of also can sway it into another talking point, because one other thing with Froot is there's been, you know, a lot of DMCA's happened on different people from I think, if I remember right, it was long ago and it was done by VShojo.
Yes.
To different people who was like highly critical of Froot.
One of them was Ant.
Ant, I think Ant was a flag, a harassment flag that her mom did. I'm talking about like a couple years ago. Before the Nux drama happened with them, there was other people that was like real critical of Froot and a couple other people, and I believe a couple of those videos got copyright struck by VShojo, and those just kind of went under the radar. But that also begs the question: is like VShojo filed DMCA's. Why would VShojo allow what happened to Iron Mouse happen? That's a really good segue point.
Yeah, no, yeah, because, chat, here's a fun thing if you didn't know. Iron Mouse's main YouTube channel is completely gone. If you try and click on it, it is wiped off of the face of the earth. And it's kind of crazy because like, to rewind a little bit, her VOD channel, which is what she used to upload all of her VODs. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was fan run, because I kind of got the idea that it was fan run. I guess not. I guess that it is just run by her, which explains why what happened to her happened. So her VOD channel gets taken down because of all of the copyrights that are going on. And now her main channel is completely gone. You cannot access it anymore. It's just poof,
Yep.
gone.
Yep. And I have no idea why the set of events happened the way they did with Iron Mouse. Because you would think VShojo has a team of lawyers, especially for all the stuff that they do. You know, and you would think they'd be up. They'd be up to par a lot better than what Ninja Sanji has.
Probably,
but
that's not high bar. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I know it's not really high bar. I mean, Makeda could probably beat him.
Not these days. Maybe the old Makeda, but the new one. I'm sorry, I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. The bar is clipping into the ground. Yes, Chad, it is. Yes,
but
yes.
But you would figure there'd be a team of lawyers, and they would know all this stuff inside and out. Now, with me, I used to do anime reactions a long time ago on my main channel. And this is one of the reasons why my channel is kind of dead. I got hit by a company called Kamiso's GmbH on one of my videos. They got hit with a DMCA takedown. And I fought against it. And because I fought against it, they're one of those retaliatory companies. And they ended up striking 2 other videos whenever that DMCA got reversed and the live stream about me talking about them. And whenever they did that, my entire channel got deleted. And it was deleted for about 3 months. And it took me about 3 months to get the channel back. Now, I also had 3 other channels tied to that channel, and the way YouTube's rules in terms of service go, any account that's tied to that account will subsequently get deleted because of that one account getting DMCA. So with Mouse's VOD channel, you would think that VShojo and the legal team over there would understand and know that a linked account tied to a main channel would also be affected.
Yes.
Also, with a legal team, Iron Mouse themselves do not have to file a DM, and I know her excuse. Her excuse is flimsy. I don't know why she made this, but it's like she didn't want to dox herself. She doesn't have to. Since she's under a company umbrella of VShojo, the legal team can file the claim for her.
Well, okay.
So she doesn't have to dox anyone.
So here's my question, and maybe this and maybe this is a cut and dry answer, but like when you are answering, I think YouTube forces you to use your name. I don't know if they let you put in a lawyer's name. This is something I probably could ask Legal Mindset of. But I've heard some people say that they end up not fighting things like this because it won't let them insert a lawyer that they've tried to hire to help them out.
No, you can.
You can? It'll let you?
Yeah, it's in the counterclaim. Now, if you're filing a DMCA, you gotta do it underneath yourself, the owner of the channel and stuff like that. You can also get a lawyer to do it too, but it's yourself or someone who represents you, and you can do it in such a way to where the lawyer can represent you, but not like you yourself, but you as the owner of the channel. And even then, it can be done under guise of VShojo, because Iron Mouse's channel is a channel ran by her under VShojo's umbrella. So it's not that hard.
No.
I could have done that with my DMCA fight. If I would have got a lawyer, I could have had a lawyer just file it. You can do that. It's just on how you file it and stuff like that. It doesn't have a checkbox or anything like that. It's just in the contact information. You have the lawyer file it. If you read through it, it gives you step-by-step instructions to do it.
Yes, I have had one strike on my channel, and it was for a reaction video. It's very stupid, by the way, because it was fair use. And the guy, I wrote the guy, and he emailed me back once or twice, and then refused to answer me when I said, by the way, you fraudulently struck this video, and I would like to talk about it. It was really dumb, but it was whatever. And I stopped doing reaction videos after that.
Yeah, reaction videos, it's like really kind of a gray area, especially it really kind of depends how you do it.
Yeah.
So,
some people are going to be
good
assholes no matter what, though.
Yeah, some people are. But
Can I say hard again? It sounded adorable. There you go. Really quickly. Massive Doge, thank you for the 5. I feel like Froot will end up being talked into quitting within a few months and she'll drop a tweet saying she got talked into it. Possibly. That's possible. I don't know if what you're saying is true, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of inclined to believe it. I don't know why she just decided not to fight it. That is interesting. Oh. Are you mute? I think you're muted.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I am, sorry.
That's fine.
I hit the mic button and the Discord mute button at the same time.
You're good.
But no, with the, I don't know if it's just incompetence or they didn't know or they've never really dealt with anything, but you would think that, they would at least understand the basics of what they're working with.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I seen the first tweets about the VOD channel, and it's like, I'm just gonna delete it. I'm not gonna fight it. I don't want to dox myself, and it was a good one while it lasted. And I know me and a couple of other people are like sending tweets like, no, don't do this, especially if it's tied to your other main accounts and stuff like that, because it's gonna be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then the VOD channel goes down and the main channel goes down. And I seen what someone said, and it's like, she says she's gonna get a hold of a legal team. Here's the problem.
She should have done that a long time ago.
Yes. There's really not much she can do with the main channel unless she fights the stuff on the VOD channel. That's the thing, because it comes down to these 2 points. The first point is screaming at YouTube or adding YouTube, this is unfair, undo this, this is her channel and her content, stuff like that. YouTube is not going to reverse this on just the main channel.
No.
Because it's set in the rules and the terms of service. As dumb as they are, and as much as people don't like them, if a account associated with it is struck down, any subsequent account linked to it is also struck down.
Yes.
So if they was to reverse that for our mouse, that's unequal treatment to everyone else on the platform, and that would be that would cause too.
We know for a fact that they have unequal treatment. It's happened multiple times where there's been unequal enforcement. I know this for a fact.
I understand that.
Because of Taiga, and it's because of Taiga that I believe that there is unequal enforcement in terms of their stuff, because there are just multiple times when they have decided that one thing gets more priority than the other. Yeah,
and that would just fall deeper into that whole rabbit hole of unequal treatment. So that'd be a bad move for YouTube to do. The best thing that Mouse can do is to go after the people that struck the VOD channel and get those reversed, because if she's able to get those reversed, which in the day it's not that big of a deal, it's real simple. Have a lawyer file the counterclaims, go to that channel that filed it, go, this is our stuff that Mouse did on her own stuff, you do not own this, and if you don't like it, you can come sue us. And the way YouTube systems are, then that person has to file a lawsuit then against Iron Mouse. And they're not willing to do that. The strikes get reversed. And once those strikes get reversed, the VOD channel comes back up. And then subsequent, every other channel that was tied to it comes back up.
Yes.
It's an easy process. I just don't understand why this wasn't done to begin with.
I don't know. I look at how they've been very complacent about the whole thing, and I do share the sentiment, and I do have to wonder just why nothing's being done. Because Iron Mouse is, in my personal opinion, the most popular English VTuber that isn't in HoloLive. She is literally the biggest person. I think she is the most subbed YouTuber, or not YouTubers, Twitch streamer on the platform. Well, actually, no, I don't think it's her. I think she's one of the top 5, or maybe even top 3. So I don't know why they're not taking steps to actually do something. I don't know. It does make any sense.
Well, and you also gotta kind of look at it like this. VShojo and all the members of VShojo are really big on Twitch, not really big on YouTube. They prioritize Twitch because of the founding members that came from Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
So Twitch is like the main hub, and YouTube is just kind of side off of that.
I can see that. However, that is a massive, massive misstep, because when it comes to Twitch and YouTube, both platforms go hand in hand. Because, like, here's the thing. I'm streaming on both platforms right now. And the reason why is because I believe that both platforms are required to be a good streamer these days. Because if you stream on one platform, you're kneecapping yourself. And I would say that the YouTube channel is a supplement to her main channel on Twitch, because if she streams on just Twitch and doesn't do anything, there's a huge swath of people that may never know who she is because they don't have access. They just don't use Twitch. So
yeah,
you're kneecapping yourself by not using multiple platforms. So the fact that she's just leaving one behind, I do believe that's going to hurt her in the long term, because a lot of people that go over to these Twitch channels, a lot of them start from YouTube, and it's just like with TikTok. People will watch your stuff. I still have people that tell me they've come from my TikTok to watch my content. But if you decide to walk away from one platform in lieu of just working with the other, that's going to hurt you in the long run.
Yeah. And, and as indie creators, you understand that. I understand that. I believe everyone else understands that. But when it comes
I would hope they do.
Yeah. When it comes to corporates, stuff, they might have a different outlook on it. And they might, I said, again, it kind of comes to those, backroom deals. We don't know what's underneath the hood, and we don't know what kind of exclusive deals or, stuff like that they have. As far as we know, VShojo might look at YouTube going, yeah, they don't really give us nothing. We don't have any, deep links or ties with them, but we do with Twitch. So they just might look at it and go, yeah, it's really not, it's negligible. And that might be, they're negligible. YouTube is negligible to
negligible,
chat. So that's a possibility. But no, you're entirely right on that. It's like, you don't want to kneecap yourself. Put yourself out there, because the more you put yourself out there, the better traction you're gonna get. That's one of my issues. Like, I only stream on YouTube. I only do stuff on YouTube, and then Twitter and Discord, and that's it. I really don't do anything anywhere else because I don't want to mess with it.
No, that's fair.
But that's a personal preference of mine.
No, yeah, you're totally fine to have that opinion. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with you for that. I've had a lot of people tell me, like, why are you on Twitch? It doesn't make any sense, especially if you hate it. I was like, yeah, I do hate Twitch. But until I get told that I have $1 million just for streaming on YouTube, or like if Kick came to me tomorrow and said, we'll pay you $1 million to gamble on our website, I'm not gonna abandon one website over the other. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
Yeah, and it's if you're trying to put yourself out, that's actually the really good way of doing it. Although the TikTok one, it's like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of TikTok. We have a co-host that streams to TikTok, and we always make a challenge of how long will it be before we can get him banned off of TikTok this go around. Oh my
gosh. Have you actually gotten him banned from streaming on TikTok?
He gets banned every night that we stream on it. I'll put it like this: the streams that we do is kind of like medical-esque streams. So.
Oh yeah, no, I can definitely see what. That's mean. Oh my gosh. Oh,
he knows it. He knows it. He knows it's coming, and he does it too, because his goal is to see how long it's gonna take before they just yeet him off of it, and they haven't yet. So.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you.
Hey, we have fun doing it. He has a lot too.
Twitch makes it hard to find streams. Okay, here's the thing, chat. That is the case, but the growth pattern for Twitch is different from YouTube. With YouTube, I already know how the algorithm works. I make a good thumbnail, I make a good title, I entice you guys to come because it sounds interesting. It's clickbaity, but it's not bad clickbaity, because there's good and bad clickbait. And you guys come, and by the way, I'll make this a segue right now. Like the stream if you haven't already, because if you like the stream, YouTube also pushes me in the algorithm. The more likes that you guys put in the stream, the more YouTube recognizes that you should push me out. So there are multiple factors that go into actively making YouTube work. With Twitch, there really isn't anything. It's just you're kind of on there, and it's just a thing that exists. So
yeah. Show real butt, you get pushed further. You show animated booba, you get banned.
Well, I don't even think it's much that. Because here's the thing. That is like a meta that some people use to grow. However, like the meta itself is like the idea of the meta is what entices people to grow on Twitch. Because with Twitch, the growth patterns that me and my previous manager set up was you find a game that is mid to high, which low to mid tier size in terms of viewers, and then you become the top streamer on that. And then when you're top streamer on that, you switch to something else and grow and grow and grow. And it's not a bad way to go at it. That's just how it goes. So that's just basically it in terms of Twitch. And you might blow up massively, you might not. But Twitch is a very different ballgame because they just don't care.
Yeah. And if you want to know what not to do on YouTube, just view my channel. It's like I get people all the time wanting me to do more AI covers. And it's like, you do realize every time I do an AI cover, I get big no flags from YouTube because copyrighted music, and it just posts my channel way far down into being able to searches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they punish you for the copyrighted content.
Well, you should come up with like I know that Suno makes original songs. You should like use the AI Medicare voice to make original songs.
So that was actually AI voice crafting is really unique and really, I don't want to say difficult, but it is an art. So we could talk about that for a bit if you don't mind.
Yeah,
what do you know of AI song covers or just AI music in general? I'm not talking about like AI art or anything like that. Just like the replicating someone's voice or making them sing, or just like Suno making songs.
So what I know, and it's based off of listening to Cyrax's music covers and the Under the Tea song that we had made for us. The way it works is they have fed a bunch of music into these AI programs, and they create music, not really based off of that, but they kind of just like take those sounds and tunes and try to create something that could replicate what people like to listen to. That is kind of my understanding and interpretation of it.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, that's kind of what Suno is, and they do more than that. They also put different pitches, tunes, just background music, and different effects and all that good stuff, along with different singing voices, styles, and there's a whole lot that goes into like Suno and for the AI music. The stuff I do mostly is AI song covers. So I'll take a song, let's say A Whole New World, and then I take Pippa's voice, and then I put Pippa's voice over Jasmine's, and then I take Medica's voice, and I put Medica's voice over Aladdin's.
My goodness, that's funny.
Yeah, that's like one of my biggest hit videos, especially since Medica commented on it and Pippa reacted to it.
Yeah.
So, doing stuff like that gets you pushed out in the algorithm, but it by itself, yeah, no, YouTube hates it. But
yeah.
A lot of people don't really know is like all the stuff that goes into it.
I imagine there's a lot of work that you have to put into it.
Yeah, you can. So I look at it as like there's two tiers. There's good ones and there's bad ones in AI song covers. The majority of them are bad. And what I mean by bad is they go, I wonder what this actor would sound like singing this song.
Yeah.
And they just throw it in, and then they render it, and then they put it out, and it sounds like hot garbage. But it kind of sounds like the guy singing the song. And that's what most people do. To get it done right, you've actually got to have a really clean speaking voice of the person. Mm-hmm. So like with Jim, it took me, I think, at least 90 to 120 hours of going through different clips, cleaning clips, and going through and just training that on the computer and getting an actual good bass voice for Jim. And same thing for Pippa.
Yeah.
And then once you get your voices, then you gotta get the music. So there's programs out there, same ones that put the voice onto the singer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you gotta separate the vocals out from the music, and then you gotta do it in such a way to clean it, because any distortions, any awkward sounds and stuff like that in it messes with the voice. So there's a lot of work you gotta do on that one. Then you overlay the voices on top of it, and then you put it back together, and voila, you got a music cover.
Right.
Say, for instance, with A Whole New World, I had to use 4 different songs, including individualized karaoke's, to get like the harmony parts when they're both singing, because AI doesn't like when both people are singing. So there's ways to make it sound good, and it just takes a lot of time. And for me, I can do a lot of song covers, but for the fact that it just get pushed down the algorithm unless I have people help me chill it out, it's like, I'll do it if I want to, but as far as like, you know, hey, I want this, or you need to do this song cover, I usually try not to do that. And as far as like Suno goes, I'm sorry.
No, just go ahead.
Yeah, as far as Suno goes, the problem is it's an AI voice on AI music, and the stripping programs cannot differentiate between the AI vocals and the music. So you can't separate out the vocals from the song. And the program doesn't give you individualized, like, here's the vocals and here's the song. So it's impossible to really do that with Suno and AI covers. I've tried it.
I mean, I feel like eventually you're going to get stuff that is going to be like that, because I think there's enough demand for AI music like that where people will eventually just get that separation.
Yeah, and it's came a long way since it first came out. As you know, in some of your streams, you've probably seen a certain AI Mr. Medica running around sometimes.
Yeah.
That's another AI creation that me and a friend of mine have made. And it's an actual interactive AI.
So the bot is not actually you. The bot is on its own.
The bot is me when you see it in YouTube chat.
Okay.
But the content we create to put on the channel is AI. So, and it's actually real unique. So it's a trained gym voice, and we use a combination of Elven Labs and ChatGPT. But we use ChatGPT in a role-playing function. So me and my friend, it took us a couple months, but we fed ChatGPT a lot of transcripts of a lot of Jim's videos, his essay videos, live streams, stuff he's talked about, his posts. And we had the AI go through and it's like, give us a summary of these videos and tell us what the personality of this person would be. And then once we got that, we told it to, okay, now generate prompts for us to be able to put this person, if you wanted to tell an AI how to act like it. And it gave us that. And then afterwards, we fed that into ChatGPT. It's like, okay, you are this person. We want you to roleplay as Medica. And then we ask it questions like, tell us about Mr. Beast. And then it was scout in and give us stuff about what it thinks about Mr. Beast and kind of the vocabulary of what Medica would do. And then we overlay that script onto Evan Labs, and then we put the video out. And if you've not listened to it, a lot of people say it's like really uncanny and how similar it sounds to Jim's old essay videos he used to do.
Yeah. He will live forever. The skin of Jim will live even after his death.
Yes.
If death actually happens. I'm kind of thinking that maybe he could be on the mend. I don't know. I don't know anybody close to him, but I'm kind of hoping.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten spotlit a little bit by Medica with some of the stuff, like Kina Pole song covers. He's viewed and shared on his stream. Some of the AI covers of him I've done. He's commented on a couple of videos. Medica Assistant. I believe, what everyone believes is Jade, has commented several times. Yeah, has commented several times on my channel. It's actually given me documents and some clips of stuff that I've asked for. So,
I'm pretty sure that's Jade. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's Jade also. But And no, it is not Neuro. I wish it was. Unfortunately, Neuro is its own program that Vettel made.
I see.
Yeah, Neuro is actually a real interesting VTuber, AI VTuber.
Neurosama's pretty cool. I like them a lot. Really quickly before we continue on, I need to get to these 2 supas that I have missed here by the same person. 5 from Aristed Kel. Thank you for the 5. Sparky, you my boy. Akko, you are Jimbo Stan, so you get my bucks. Thank you. Yes, I am a big... I don't really call myself a stan for anything. Maybe I'm a stan for Jesus, but that's really about it. But yes, I do like Jim. I like a lot of his content. A lot of people don't actually like, they're really surprised when I say this, but I didn't really get to discover Jim until like very early into Year of the Chud. Like I knew of him. I knew that he had cancer because like I paid attention to the Maddie streams, but I didn't really like know him until Year of the Chud. And I feel like sadly I got on the train right as it was leaving the station.
Yeah, I've known Jim for... I've not known him, but I've known of him for a really long time.
You've consumed his content.
Yes. A couple of my cohorts, Panina Chan and Rogue Saw 13, or TC Rogue, whichever one I call him, actually was around during the Gamergate days and was actually one of the crew that infiltrated the Honey Badgers and kind of exposed some of the stuff that they were doing back in Gamergate.
So I know for a fact that Mizu, who is my co-host on the podcast, he was he wasn't part of the skeptic community, but he was somebody that like watched everything go on. So he was on the skeptic side of everything basically until they fell apart, and then he was just on the Jim side.
I'll tell you this much: Mizu really reminds me a lot of Rogue, especially the talking points, how they act, and not really how they act, but like
Rogue.
Yeah, TC Rogue, the Canadian Rogue.
Well, I know for a fact he isn't Canadian, so.
But no, it's just like, you know, the takes and how the reasoning seems very similar. So I usually get that vibe from Mizu whenever I hear him talk. So
yeah, he's he refuses to tell us, and I think it's just because like he wants to keep it close to his heart. But he's vaguely mentioned different times that he's been a troll in the furry community, and he has been mentioned on the farms because he was a troll in the furry community. No idea who he is, but it is funny. It's kind of like Jim in a way of just like he's done shit, but we don't know the specifics, and we were just told it was funny.
Well, the best tricksters never give away their tricks, because when they do give away the tricks, it gives away the illusion.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure. Yep. Just because you said that, they came from old school days, way back, probably 2008, 2009 era.
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I don't really mind either. You know, if I don't really care about when he is from. I just care that he is who he is now. Really quickly, Cal for another 5. I'm telling my middle child about my skinwalker experiences from my time in the army. He's apathetic. Oh gosh. That's crazy. Mr. Krabs saying he had a medical tweet. I'm assuming you're talking about Medicare. I don't know if it was his current stuff or something new. I have no idea. I really don't pay attention to his Twitter as much.
I know that they're trying. The doctors are wanting to put him on. He just got off like a ketamine regiment for painkillers and suppressants, and they're wanting to put an actual like painkiller pump on him. So it just constantly pumps pain meds into his system. So
jeez.
Yeah, it's nothing to laugh about, but it's like the guy just can't get a break.
No, absolutely not. It kind of sucks, chat, when your body falls apart like that. I mean, like, my body is not falling apart like that, but you know, I have some things in my life that really suck, unfortunately, that I can't enjoy like the normalcies of a lot of other humans. So I think I understand a tiny bit empathy-wise when it just comes to when your body isn't normal, everything just kind of sucks. Literal ketamine drip, that's funny. Well, not funny, but it's just crazy.
Yeah, he's instead of taking the goop balls, he's just getting, IV drip fed them.
Yeah.
In one of his witty bands that he put out. Yeah, that's one of the things Jim's good at, is just self-deprecating humor.
Yeah, no, I agree. I try to emulate that a little bit myself, just because it's fun. I don't know. I think I try not to be too self-deprecating, but I enjoy like talking about stuff in a funny way,
Yeah, for me, I'm usually either called a stick in the mud or an asshole. So
yeah,
I guess pick your poison.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's we usually do gym streams every Monday, just talking about stuff. But because of like family stuff, it's hard for me to really, stream or do videos or VODs or anything like that. So,
yeah.
But I definitely try to catch one of his streams to stream snipe. We all know it's gonna happen eventually. We just gotta be prepared for whenever that eventuality does happen of him leaving.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think everybody's not excited for it. I know he's probably not too excited for it. I mean, like, you can't really be excited about dying, so to speak. So I know that's just one of those things that people are just gonna have to deal with, I guess.
Yep. And my plan is, once he, whenever it finally does happen, you have all the haters go out there and it's like, Medicaid is dead, finally, stuff like that, all the Ralphs and Kingdom Poles and Marshes and stuff like that. I'm just gonna turn around and use AI voice and just mock them and taunt them.
I mean, like, the best part about Jim is that you didn't actually know what he looked like, and you didn't actually, you don't need a face in order to, because, like, because he never streamed, he was basically like a VTuber without a model. Because he never showed his face, you can get away with making videos, and even though some people will probably figure out that it's AI, there will be enough plausible deniability that the idiots, and Merch being like one of those idiots, will like legitimately be afraid to think that he is somehow from beyond the grave making fun of how fat he is. Like, I am willing to believe that some of those people will legitimately be afraid that he's just not dead.
Well, I'll put it to you like this, and I'm not gonna name names, but it's someone that we know. I'm the same program that I use to make the AI voice covers, you can also use for the AI voice changer. And what's cool is the same files I use and spent a lot of time training on can be used in that voice changer. And if you get the cadence and the tone just right, it sounds exactly like him, especially with the dumb, stupid, cackling laugh.
So you're able to, so is it like a real-time voice changer, or?
Yes.
Oh my god. You can legitimately stream as Mr. You can skinwalk as Mr. Medicare. Well,
I can't.
Somebody probably can.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've got a lisp.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't gonna mention
AI
it, yeah.
really hates my voice. So you can, I mean, I can do it. It just sounds like a tortured Mr. Medicare.
Yeah. I'll be honest, some people would probably find that hot, not gonna lie. No, I'm serious. Some people would probably think that's awesome.
Yeah, probably, but I'm not gonna do it. But I have given some of my files away to people, and they've been screwing around with it. So whenever something does happen, I might have had a hand in it, but I'm not gonna say who.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll wait to see the return of Mr. Medicare when after Mr. Med, like, legitimately, it's gonna be like, everybody has seen his casket, everybody's gone home, and I'm not trying to be
Lego casket.
like, Chad, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm legit just trying to tell it how I see it. Everybody's gonna see his casket. Everybody's gonna, it'll be an open casket. You're finally gonna see his face, or maybe it'll be a closed casket, just because people want to say fuck you and not give the satisfaction of showing what he actually looks like. And everybody's gonna go home. They're gonna be real sad. And then magically, you're gonna get a live stream on a brand new channel, and the AI is gonna be like, I told you motherfuckers, you're never getting rid of me. And it's gonna be so it is gonna be so convincing that I wholeheartedly believe that you're gonna have people like Jade that will say nothing just to fuck with people.
Oh, what are you talking about? Jade's already been on my YouTube channel saying, yes, Jim and Pippa actually did this collab.
Yeah, no, like, legitimately, chat, I 100% believe that Jim will never die. Which, I don't know if he's okay with that. I mean, like, internally, I don't know how he feels about that. But I know he doesn't, like, care. I just don't know how he internalizes feeling about that.
Oh, I can always tell you, because he always said it on stream, and it's like, I guess I shouldn't have did all that time using AI to make fun of Jordan Peterson.
That's right, I remember that. I remember that. He was one of the first people to use that to make fun of Jordan Peterson, too. Yep.
On his return stream last year, that's like one of the last things he did, I said. So, I already know what he says, and it's like, you know, some of the comments, some of the people I talked to him, and, you know, talking to him himself, you know, he likes it. He doesn't mind it.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks it's incredibly unnerving until you realize it's people having fun with it.
Oh, I agree.
And then it's like you just sit back and you just watch the chaos ensue.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think the thing that, like, I do think that you, like, if someone were to ask him his opinion, he would probably talk about James Earl Jones. It's James Earl Jones that just passed away recently, right? I think so.
Yes.
The voice of Darth Vader. And he gave away the rights to his voice to be used. And that, I think that was something that a lot of people find controversial. I don't care. Like, if they want to use the voice of Darth Vader for 1,000 years, go right ahead. He gave it away. It's his to give away. Or probably his family's that's going to maintain it. But regardless, it's been thrown out into the ethosphere. And so, because of that, I think that... Sorry, my brain is like fried. My brain is fried right now. Like I said, I only had 3 hours of sleep last night, and that 2-hour nap was hopeful. But basically, because James Earl Jones already gave it away, I think asking Medicare what he thinks about it, he probably would like point to James Earl Jones and say that's pretty fucking surreal and weird to me.
Well, they've already done stuff like that. So, in They've done some AI voice cloning in a couple of movies. Like one of them's Rogue One, and there's two notable ones that they done. They done Tarkin, General Tarkin, and they also done Leia. So they done the whole, you know, someone sent in place for green screen, and they superimposed the computer, the lightness and stuff like that of Tarkin and Leia back when she was young, and then they used voice acting to generate that voice over for, you know, those roles. Now, unfortunately, with them, they're also getting sued because of doing that by the family of I don't remember the actor's name, but the one who played General Tarkin. So they the family is suing them for, you know, doing that. So you would think that they did get the rights, and I think James even said that, you know, Darth Vader is forever with you know, Disney and Lucas and stuff like that. So yeah, he gave his voice away, and you can do a lot of incredible stuff with AI now, and even just voice changeovers. So
I agree.
He'll live on.
Well,
you just got to be careful doing it.
I think that it was very strategic, because here's the thing. If you're a big actor and you're old and you believe that your voice can help your family, I could definitely see a lot of it, because like a lot of people think, and I think people think this because of the AI stuff. When it comes to giving away the rights to that stuff, I think a lot of people thought that actors would like be vehemently opposed to that, and I disagree. I think some actors will probably be opposed to it. Excuse me. Others will probably do it because they see it as a way to give more to their family. So I 100% can believe that, people like James Earl Jones will be like, oh, I'm gonna be dead. Yeah, it's probably weird to hear my voice after I'm gone, but it's a way to help my family. So I can believe that, like, people are gonna do that specifically to help out their families.
Well, it's all in the contracting and the legal wording of stuff. The smart way to do it, and me and my friend Rogue, we talk about this stuff all the time with like games and shows, movie industries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The smart thing to do is, yeah, you can give away your rights to your voice, and then end up going, oh well, now I'll never get a job because they just have my voice and they can make me say whatever I want. I don't have to do anything. Well, if you just don't do it the correct way, yeah, that's exactly what can happen. But you can also have it to where they use your voice, you get royalties from that. There's ways to be able to do it. So just because you give away your voice doesn't mean you can't do anything else, and you also do that with other studios, stuff like that. I said it's a little bit more complicated than how I put it, but it's all in just how you draft up the contract.
I agree, and I would say, like, some of these people, if they get screwed over, they're kind of stupid, because right now is the perfect time for people to start, like, gaming for these good contracts, because we have it's like when it came to J.K. Rowling, and I'm pretty sure everybody by this point knows just how lucrative J.K. Rowling's life has been, because I'm not trying to use crude language here, but J.K. Rowling has quite literally taken by storm a lot of money from what she does, and she has probably one of the best contracts in the world in terms of royalties for her stuff, and nobody's ever going to get that love again. So I believe that, like, if these people are complaining that they're not going to get, like, good shit, I don't think they're planning correctly, because like, we are in a new precipice where people could, like, here's the terms for giving away my voice, you must follow these terms, otherwise you don't get my voice. And I think that companies, especially right now, because companies are hurting because shit sucks bad, man. I think people, if they're not, I think people just are going to be not smart if they don't know how to sign away their voice correctly. So I think they should. I totally think they should. I think new actors are probably going to have an issue, but I don't care about new actors. I only care about listening to Robin Williams again 95 bajillion times.
Well, and like I said, it comes around to, the old saying, you don't want to be treated like, another cog in a machine and stuff like that. You're a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's true for, like, you yourself. But when it comes down to something like, likeness or vocals and stuff like that, you can definitely 100% treat it as a product, especially if you're not the one actually doing it. And you can actually, gain royalties, and benefits from that. Like I say, it's a new precipice and era where we're gonna start seeing more stuff like that, and then just sitting back, collecting a paycheck, and not really have to do anything. That's. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
No, I agree. She's richer than some companies. Yes, or countries. Excuse me. Yes, she is.
Yeah, but no, it'd be. It sucks seeing all these actors and stuff like that die. And, talking about AI and copying their voices, can sound real unnerving. But, we're also in that era, too. I mean, about 3 or 4 years ago, you never thought that, something like this could be a possibility. It was only kind of like science fiction. It was like, just within the last 2 years, it's became, scary reality.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So.
No, I agree. It is a very interesting reality, but I think some people are way more terrified than they need. Like, I understand the fear that some people have. I just think that people are being way more upset than they really need to be. So I don't know. I just look at some of these people and say, stop whining, bitch. Stop whining.
Wow.
No, literally, just stop whining, bitch, and get out there and, like, capture the life.
Yeah, and this, there's so many things that you can do. Like I said, I suck at like AI art. I can't make AI art to save my life, so I guess I really suck as a artist in that fact. But you know, when it comes to vocals and music, I have fun with it. And it's like with people that does stuff like that, I think you gotta have to put yourself into a mindset of, you know, you gotta put your own rules and ethics out there, because it's a real fine gray line.
It is, yes.
So, like with vocals, the only thing like vocally of, you know, making anyone say anything I've done is a jump. And whenever I put something out there, I make damn sure that people know this is AI.
I think you kind of have to.
This is AI. It's not Jim, and we actually have a nickname for it and a hashtag. That's AIM, which is real funny because if you go Andy Warski into AIM stuff,
yeah,
but it's AIM, AIMM, AI Mr. Medical, and we just abbreviate everything that we have it do with that, and we don't try to make it say anything stupid or anything that, you know, Medica wouldn't do, and, you know, preference that it's AI.
Yeah.
When it comes to song covers, that's a little bit different because, like, okay, who doesn't want to hear Kina Paul sing Rhythm of the Night? Or who doesn't want to hear...
Wait, you're the one who did that cover?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that cover. It's a great cover.
So all the covers that I've done, Jim and Peppa covers, I've done A Whole New World, Beauty and the Beast, Mr. Green Christmas, Mr. White Christmas. Those are the ones I've done of Jim and Pippa.
Yeah.
Jim, I've done a lot of Queen songs, Welcome to the Internet, several other ones I can't remember off the top of my head. Pippa, I made her into the Disney princess and had her sing all of the Disney princess songs. And a couple other ones. Aside from them, I had Nick sing
Ricada?
Yeah, Nick Ricada.
Oh,
I had him sing Touch Myself,
Oh,
Dear
no.
John. Yeah. Dear John, Oh Mandy.
That's right, the Oh Mandy song. Oh, it's a good one.
Yep, I had Jim actually used that one in one of his streams.
He did when he was talking about him. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's funny.
So it is. But Oh Mandy, I can't remember the name of the damn song, but it's from Evangelion. It's the ending song to Evangelion. I had Nick sing that one also. And Ralph, I had Ralph sing Touch Myself.
Oh my god.
And Bartender song. And there's two versions of the Bartender song. The first version is just him singing. The other version is interjecting with Jim saying something and shaking a pill bottle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nick and Jailhouse Rock. And yeah, those are all the ones I've done.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, having people sing stupid stuff like that, I don't see a problem with. I mean, could they sue me?
People
Probably.
wouldn't.
Yeah, could they sue me for something like that? Possibly. How far we go, I have no idea. But I know I make them look really stupid online if they did.
Uh-huh. Fly Me to the Moon? Oh, that's right, you did Fly Me to the Moon. Didn't you do Fly Me to the Moon?
Yeah, no, I didn't do that one.
Oh, you didn't do that one? Oh,
that was, I can't remember if that was... So there's two other people. During his first stream, Medica's first stream, he showcased a lot of different AI artists. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of the ones he mainly showcased. The only thing that I was showcased on was his outro that everyone absolutely hated me for, which was the AI cover of Jim singing the Rama Rama.
Oh god.
That absolutely sucked.
I mean, Rama Rama is kind of a hard one to do because it's being sung by a bunch of...
Yes, that is exactly why it sucks, and it was so bad. That's why I preferenced the beginning of the song. Yes, this is going to be absolute cringe.
Yeah.
But I wasn't showcasing any of that. But I did end up meeting the other people who were, and they are AI Garbage and Shinji from Evangelion. And I believe Shinji from Evangelion is the one that did Fly Me to the Moon.
Yeah.
And he's also the one that gave me Pippa's voice. So the voice of Pippa that I've been using was got from him.
Yeah.
So, doing this, I've met a lot of cool people, and, Shinji's done a lot of unique stuff with Pippa and Jim, and AI Garbage has done a couple unique songs too. So you watch Jim streams every time he streams, right?
Sometimes if I can catch it live, I will try, but most of the time he streams when I plan to go live myself, so no.
Okay, so you heard Welcome to the Come Zone?
Was that also you?
That wasn't me. That was AI Garbage. But
Really?
I got to judge that song before it became public. I'm like, oh my god, why in the heck did you do this?
That's amazing.
But yeah, you meet a lot of interesting characters doing this stuff.
Oh, I believe it. I 100% believe it. When it comes to AI, do you think that they are going to regulate it really harshly?
I don't know. It really kind of depends. In my opinion, I think it does need to have some regulation.
Okay.
And that can be a controversial take for some people. Because you have people that like to use AI and be like, no, my freedom of expression and free speech and creativity and stuff like that. But, then again, you are using AI for, different reasons, and it can be done nefariously.
Yes.
So, as far as regulations, I think there needs to be regulations. Like, if you're going to use someone's voice, you're gonna have to have either the express permission, and gonna have to have some way of telling people that this is AI, or otherwise you get slapped with a hefty fine. And it needs to be done in such a way that it's not the person's voice you take files. So it's gotta be one of those regulations that if you do it, you get hit with it.
Yeah.
So that's what I think on it. Now I don't think we need to go overboard, as in it needs to be heavily regulated to like the end of time. But I do think that it's uncharted territory. There's really nothing on it. There's no legal on the book except for the lawsuits being filed against OpenAI and a couple other companies. But they're not even hitting that issue of like likenesses and any of the other stuff. They're hitting like copyright, creativity, and other things with like AI artwork.
Yeah.
So it does need it. As far as where it'll go with it, it really depends on who's writing the law and what they're taking to account for. So if you got somebody really fair, they would look at parody and creativity and and understand defamation, all this other good stuff, and they'll take that into account.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you're Gavin Newsom, no, ban it all.
I don't think he would be the one to. I don't think him or the lawmakers of California would be. Now, California would be a little bit different. But my personal opinion right now is AI is a touchy subject for lawmakers. And the only reason why I believe that is because we are in a war with other countries when it comes to AI. Because whoever wins the AI, it's like the space race. Whoever wins it becomes the dominant force for that for a long time. So while I agree that it is like something that we should probably like be careful with, I also believe that like governments are gonna care as little as possible so that they can get their AI to do what they want it to do.
Yeah, it's and yeah, push the bounds of innovation. Just don't get yourself squished like Titan.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, you don't want to put yourself out there and ruin it for everyone else. And
no, yeah,
that's gonna be the interesting thing, because it's that's all it takes. It takes one lawsuit. It takes one lawsuit against someone to set a standard of how this would work. And like with YouTube and fair use and copyright, we have 2 landmark cases. You know, Ethan Klein versus Matt Haas, and Sargon of Akkad versus Keeler Hughes.
Yes.
And those 2 cases are landmark for YouTube and commentary and fair use and stuff like that. Now, those cases could have went either which way. To be honest.
No, yeah.
And if they went the way with Matt Haas, you would not have like critical critique videos or reactionary videos and stuff like that. And if they went the way of Keeler Hughes, you wouldn't have like parody or clip channels.
Yeah,
proving somebody a hypocrite.
Even though I don't really like Sargon that much, just because of how he acted, I think the fact that he won that case is something that I will just give him props for. Because without him winning that, it would have sucked, and it was a very major gamble. And this is one of the things where I think why people choose not to like get into these disputes, especially when it comes to copyright. Because if everybody knows that if you lose something like that, everybody hates you.
Yeah. And yeah, Sargon already has enough hate as it is, so yeah, that just throw another one on the fire, and maybe Trump will tweet out Gamergate.
That's never gonna happen. Actually, you know what? I have so people are interviewing Trump right now a lot. He's going around the circuit. He decided to go on Aiden Ross's live stream, which I still think is absolutely bizarre to me that he decided to do that. If I ever was able to corner Trump and get him in to do a live stream, I would be like, Trump, can you say Gamergate for me?
Yeah,
I would do that.
It could have happened, but yeah.
Unironically.
And I hate to say, like, Keeler Hughes versus Matt Haas. Fuck that! I screwed that one all up. So yeah. When I was H3 versus Matt Haas, looking at what they were doing, because they were it was straight up fair use, and that one was an easy win in my book. Now the Keeler Hughes and Sargon one, that one was a really, really, really big gamble, and
it was.
This is a really unpopular opinion, but Sargon was really lucky to win that case.
No, I agree. I agree, because I personally think that if that any other judge probably would have said, no, this isn't fair use. Because what that judge basically did was say that almost anything is fair use. And this is something I've talked about with Mizu a lot. When it comes to fair use now, the audience has to be considered in whether or not it's fair use. And it's a decent argument to have. Because basically the argument is, well, his audience, Sargon's audience, would have never watched your videos anyway and would have never given you the time of day anyway. So yeah, it is fair use because they don't care about you.
Well, that falls into marketability, but it also falls into the aspects of transformativeness. It's like the fair use test is a lot of people get it wrong, and a lot of people think, oh, fair use and you're defended and shielded. No, it's a multi-factor test, and you don't have to pass every factor, but you gotta pass a majority of those factors. So just hitting on one of those factors alone is not enough. So clip channels right now, and that's a really good example. It's like just a clip. Say somebody takes a clip out of the stream and just posts it up. I mean, you can make an argument of, well, it's out of this section of the stream and it's very pertinent to something else, and it doesn't matter because it's separate from the stream. There's lots of different interpretations you can make with it, but it comes down to it. It's just a segment from a bigger portion of a pie. Yeah. And a judge can go, well, if they want to see that, they can go over to this channel. But that in itself is not what Sargon did. Sargon did mashed up different portions of the stream to create a new message, basically making fun of Keeler Hughes. Now, that was already up in the air in question because, there was two main factors that the judge decided on, and it was the title, and it was what was conveyed in the video. Now, those are two factors. Those alone, however, if you look and you actually read the case, and not just the closing opinion, people always just look at the closing opinion. You gotta go into how the actual case went and how it was argued. So one of the main factors that cost Tequila that case was the fact that she conflated harassment with fair use. And that was one of her major failing points, because she conceded in that point of harassment that it was critique. If she were never conceded that point, I almost believe Sargon would have lost that case.
You think so?
I believe so, yes. Because that was a factor that the judge brought up.
Interesting. No, yeah.
So that was a really big gamble. But yeah, it just depends on how you argue it. Is whoever has the better argument and what makes sense wins, wins in court. And
I agree.
not every argument is a good one.
No, not every argument is a good one at all. Video that Sargon posted was not monetized, meaning it entered only on fair use under
Doesn't
parody
matter.
laws?
Doesn't matter.
No, you don't think so?
No, because well, if that was the case, then pirate channels could use that.
Well, pirate channels, if you're talking just about on YouTube, I guess it depends. But if you're talking about pirate websites, the pirate anime, they all use AdSense.
Yeah. Well, no, not only that, it's like, you take an anime and say you cut it up into different portions. Say you take out the middle bit and the title bit and the ending bit, and you just have the show itself up, and maybe you just obfuscate the view of it. What's the difference? That's one of the arguments that can be done, because that was one of the arguments that Aquila used in her argument with Sargon. Well, all thing he did was just rearrange clips in the video, and besides that, it's still my video. Nothing else was added in. So, like I said, it really depends on your arguments. And see, clip channels, I believe right now, is going to be the next one on the chopping block. Someone tries to go sue, like for instance with Iron Mouse and the stuff with her DMCA stuff. That could be another court case. Who knows?
It could.
You never know.
I could definitely see it going to court, and that could be a major. Like, if it went to court and it won, Iron Mouse would be like cemented in history as the VTuber who made clipping channels way more viable. But there is like a double-edged sword, because if she loses that, she also becomes a VTuber. She'll put a stain on VTubers, and she'll also like be the VTuber that made clipping basically illegal. Which is probably why she won't. My personal opinion is that she probably won't go through with all of that. I just don't think so.
Yeah, I some of the people in your chat, I understand the case, and what I'm saying is those are the arguments Aquila was using, and you, Argo, me, and other people, common sense, can look at this and go, yeah, no, we understand exactly where it's going. My point I'm trying to get across is, if the argument would have won, that would have set the precedent of how how to judge it going forward. So if Aquila would have won that, just taking clips out of arrangement to convey a different message wouldn't have been allowed. That's the point I'm trying to get across. It's how you argue it and the merits of how you argue it. So thank God Sargon won that one.
Yay, chat, we unlocked C4.
But and monetization has nothing to do with it, because you can put something up on a site and you can put it up for free and you can have a paid product. But if what you put up on a site is free and everyone can get to it, and it affects the dollar value of the other place that actually owns it, it doesn't matter if you monetize it or not. You affected the monetary value of the original product. That's one of the key factors in the equations of that whole deal. It doesn't matter if you put it up for free. That actually was. So saying, well, it wasn't monetized, actually is a worse argument to have for free use. because you're making it more readily available than the original source. So never use that argument. But you know, in piracy, another factor is like we've seen all these anime sites go down where you can't, you know, watch certain shows anymore. And there's an argument to be had for that one, and I don't know if it's ever going to go into court for it. But you know, what is considered piracy? If the original IP holder doesn't provide the video or ability for people that want it to have it, is it piracy then?
And that's a pretty good question.
That's a legal question.
That would really fuck
it.
over Nintendo.
It would. And that's one that nobody's touched because, again, the gamble factor in the whole deal. So, and the same thing can be done for animes and stuff like that. So I'll give an example. Macross Plus. Macross Plus, you know, a mech anime made back in a movie of a show back in the 90s. You can't get that on any streaming service. The only streaming service you can really get that on is Amazon Prime, but you can only get like 2 episodes out of a 4-episode OVA. Besides from that, there's no real place you can go online to stream it unless you just have a physical copy. So is it piracy then if the owners of that don't put it out, but there's people that actually want it to go out and seek it from another place that has it out? So there's good arguments for it and there's bad arguments for it. I can make arguments for and against, but like I said, until it goes to court law and is judged on, it's just a theory at that point.
Gabe has pointed this out several times. Yeah, I agree. You get rid of piracy. Chat, here's the thing. Piracy will always exist because there are people that would just prefer not to pay for something. But you can vastly decrease the amount of piracy based off of if you just provide the product to people. And I think that Thor has also made that argument as well. Pirate Software, I think is his channel's name. He's also made this argument as well, where if you make something easier to obtain, the piracy is just going to go down. So, you know.
Yes, and you're gonna have bad actors. You're always gonna have bad actors.
Always.
And
they just exist, period.
Yeah, and it's like, it's the same thing like, oh my god, all these guns are killing people. We need more gun control. Well, putting gun control in isn't gonna stop the bad actors from finding a gun or finding some other method to do whatever they want to do. It's not going to stop them. It's not going to stop them. All things got to do is hurt actual people who do follow and abide by the laws, because it reduces their ability and their rights and all that good stuff. Not to get into a Second Amendment argument, but the same thing could be, you know, said for like, you know, IPs, you know, shows, games, stuff like that. It's like these companies are afraid of the stuff getting stolen and them losing out on money, and that's an understandable fear to have. But the amount of people that do that is not a lot. And for ones who do that, you know, there are processes in place to take care of them. And it's a pain in the butt process for companies, but there's ways to do it. But when you intentionally withhold something like, you know, for instance, games that you could have got on like online store through like Wii or Xbox or PlayStation 2 and stuff like that. When you take that away and you no longer make those games available, well, are they just gone, or does people have a right to actually, you know, if they want them to play them, have that right to do it? So if the company that doesn't provide that right, and this is where like the stop killing games aspect comes into play, which I agree with the sentiment. I disagree with the argument that was being put in place for it. But it's, you know, if companies were just smart enough and learn, they can probably make, even if they just put it out for $1, make it available for people for like $1. You want it? Here, give us $1 and you can have it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're still getting something from it then. And it obfuscates sites that would, you know, otherwise pirate it, and then they can make an argument. It's like, well, we provide this on our site. Right now, they're not even doing that. So
side tangent, really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
The fact that they added an animation for when you kill this demon bug thing is actually really cool. The amount of little stuff that they added in 1.0 for Satisfactory is amazing. There we go. But no, I agree with you. I pretty much agree with you. I don't think it'll stop all piracy, but it is a good foot forward. You know.
Yeah, and that's just one of the many great legal things that need to be discussed. Is like another one needs to be touched on is 230 laws online. Those really need to be retrofitted now. And it's what are the laws and rules of platforms like Twitter and YouTube and Twitch and all these other sites. Using the old banner for 230 doesn't really work anymore for these sites because the sites kind of skirt the line in the gray area of publisher and providers. So it's
yeah,
those are rules that were put in place in the 90s. And back in the 90s, you had a couple chat rooms. And not anything like you had now. I mean, whenever Facebook came to fruition after, really it should have been MySpace, but whenever YouTube took the market by storm, it really opened up the world for social media, and then YouTube right behind it. And well, look where we are now in 2024, within a span of 20 years.
Yeah,
is you can't just go off that foundation. It really needs to have some walk-ins. Now, the problem with that is it can be very beneficial for people like you and me, or it can be very detrimental for people like you and me.
Mm-hmm.
So, as it is, it's kind of on a balancing rope. It's everyone's kind of fine and not. It's short in this box, basically. Short in this cap. It's as things stand right now, everything's kind of in equilibrium. Yeah, I can't talk.
That's okay.
But it's you have people saying my free speech on Twitter when they get banned off the platform and stuff like that. But it's the same argument I use for free speech absolutists is there is no such thing as free speech. You have free speech and you can't be oppressed by the government. The government can't silence you for anything else, but it doesn't mean you can go out and say anything you want to someone else. There are consequences to stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And, the same thing can be said on the platform. So, end of the day, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked on and a lot of stuff that needs to really be tested.
Uh-huh.
And we've not seen anything like that. Even with anime games and stuff like that is I know that's one of the things that Mizu's talked about with the lolly stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's there's really not been a test of anything like that. And really to get anywhere to kind of silence that stupid debate and argument, there has to be some sort of a test done. There's rules on the book in some places, yeah, but they've never been used.
Yeah, because I think some people are just not wanting to touch certain aspects because the moment that they touch it, it could go either way, and they would just rather keep the status quo.
Yes, and that's kind of same thing goes with all the platforms and stuff like that. So we just bow to the knee of the terms of service and hope to God we don't get yeeted off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I agree.
But besides from that, I mean, I don't know. You got any more topics you want to ask or talk about or tangent to?
I mean, we could talk about commentary real quick. It's been 2 hours, so...
The commentary dogs.
Yeah, really quickly, chat. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 60 likes here before we end off tonight. Occo looking cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. Really quickly, do you stream a lot on your personal channel? Is that where you stream, or is there another place where you stream?
I usually stream at is just on my main channel, at Sparky's Tech Corner. It's added in your description, the title, so it's easy enough to find.
Okay.
But that's why I usually stream at, and like I said, unfortunately, because of family stuff, work and other, I put my real life in front of anything else, so I really don't get to do too much. But the stuff that happens on the channel with, like I said, my other cohorts that they'll do the medical streams on Mondays, which we just go through and we do we pull different archives of either gym essay videos or some of his streams just to kind of commentate over the good old days.
Yes.
And then we have Televisible on Fridays, which should still be going on right now over there, or it might be ending out just depending on who decided to show up tonight. But we'll talk about different things ranging from like either stuff that we see or happens on Twitter, or happenings in the movie realm, anime, games. Rogue really likes to talk about movies because he used to be in the movie industry long time ago. He worked on I believe the Twilight films a long time ago. Not writing and directing, anything like that, but just like helping on set and stuff like that. So his forte's into movies and talking about stuff like that. But besides that, I just kind of float with the wind.
Yeah.
I'll sometimes go on different people's streams, and depending on the subject of what's being talked about, and I'll join in and talk about it. Other times I just sit back and I look and track.
Is Mr. Sparky Bostonian by chance?
So and I'm not offended by anyone doing this, so don't worry about that.
No,
with me.
I imagine if you come onto my stream, you're okay with getting made fun with, because you're literally coming on the stream.
I figured I'd be ribbed.
You're coming on the stream with a guy that pretends to be an anime, and the fact that I haven't been modded.
Wait, you're a dude?
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know that?
I knew.
Okay, legitimately, apparently there are people on the virtual asylum that didn't know that until I said it. And like, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. If people can't, a lot of people can tell. I know that when the farms finds me massively and they actually start like picking apart everything, a lot of them are like, oh yeah, we could obviously tell this is a shitty voice changer. And I have people in my comments that tell me all the time that they quote unquote know. But I do believe that there are people that just can't tell. And I don't know why. But like, if you're coming onto my stream, expect that people might just make fun of you, because like, I don't say that I have a horrible or mean chat, but like, people are real here, so No,
I fully expect to be made fun of, otherwise I wouldn't have came on here. It's like, hey, if you don't expect to be made fun of, you probably don't need to be online.
That's good. No, yeah, I agree. If you're not welcome to it, yeah, you should not be on the internet. Get off the internet if you're not ready for it.
But no, I knew you were a guy, and it's not a voice changer. You got your mic settings, but it's just the way your tone is. You're very soft-spoken, so... I am
one of the more soft-spoken guys here. Some people actually think I'm gay, and well, I'm bisexual, but yeah. I guess my voice, here's the funny thing. When I talk on the phone with people, I've almost debated just like using my regular voice, or maybe just changing my voice a little bit, because when I talk on the phone with people, they actually think I'm a woman. Like, I call people, I shit you not, I will call people on the phone to do things, and they will be like, thank you, ma'am, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I can tell that it's not a voice changer with you is because there's no delay factor with your mouth movements at times.
No, there is a voice changer. There is a voice changer.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, I am using a voice changer right now.
So you got the delay set, don't you?
No, I don't have a delay. I have a piece of hardware called the Go XLR.
Oh.
It was $500, and it's really good. I have to use the third-party tool for it eventually for the software, because they no longer officially support it.
Gotcha.
But
gotcha.
No, it has no delay because it's just really good at what it does.
Because usually I'm used to people using a voice changer that use it software based, and there's usually like a split-second delay between mouth movements and voice speaking.
Yes.
So
some people...
you've actually ponied up the bucks for the good stuff.
Well, yeah. So back when I started streaming, like I resolved I was gonna go pro and I wanted to do pro. And the reason why I wanted to do that is just because like I've always wanted to do this. So this is like something that's been passionate for me. I've always wanted to create content. The videos are private now, but they're old videos of what I used to do on the internet. And it's just like I've wanted to do this for a while. So when I was like, okay, what are we gonna do? We want to do an anime girl? Okay, probably should do a voice changer because I don't want to like use my actual voice. Not just because I don't want it on the internet, because it is on the internet, but I just want to do something different. And I played around with a lot of different voice changers. The problem with them is they have that delay because, and this will happen especially if you're using one computer. Your computer has to process your voice and the streaming software that you're using, and if you're playing a game, it has to do a game as well. All of that stuff has to like fit in there. So yeah. I figured out really quickly if I didn't buy something, my voice would just sound awful. Waffle.
You're ahead of the game.
Waffle. So
I was gonna say you're ahead of the game, and that's what fooled me because you're actually using hardware based. And like I said, most people they just do software because a lot of people are cheap and they don't want to do it. And there's two different side effects with like software based voice changes. Like that, the first noticeable one is the delay, and you have to actually delay the camera with the voice in order for it to work, or you just have it set up to where the model picks up like with animes you can pick it up to use actual sound instead of looking at voice movements. So that's one. The second one is usually some sort of distortion behind the voice, and I never noticed that with yours. So it's like
that's because it's literally just pitched up higher and given like the Go Explorer has a gender option, and I just pitch up the voice and then do the gender option, and then it makes it work. There are times where I've wanted to tweak it a little bit, but for the most part, it is exactly the way I feel like it should be.
So you're not laying over someone else's voice or anything like that. No. You're just doing pitch changes.
It's
so that's another.
Yep.
Well, I was right to begin with. Some settings on the your microphone and stuff like that, which that plugs into.
It's a Go XLR. Well, it's an XLR mic as well. It's a very high quality mic.
So I was right for the most part. I just wasn't I wasn't expecting a high dollar
item. Trans for voice. Chat, I have a way better voice than most trans people, and you have to admit that, alright? I don't care if people call me a transphobe for that. I have a way better voice than most trans people attempt to do, okay?
But no, the question about my voice, no. I live in the Midwest, United States. I've lived here my entire life. I have Actually, you know what? you actually said I could talk about this because I said I had a horrific dental story. So. Oh
gosh! Really quickly before you get into it, I want to read the two supas that came in here just because I want to get them out of the way. Actually, there's three. Massive Doge for 5. According to Seth Zektak, lifting helps avoid cancers. Seth Zentak. I've never heard of that name. Thank you for the 5. I was a little earlier ago. I apologize for not getting it to sooner. Wolfsbane sent 2 super chats. First one says, I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked. Some people are shocked. Legitimately, chat. They will listen to me stream. They will talk to me. And they will like, wait a minute, you're a dude? Because I will tell them, yes, I'm a dude. Because I'm not going to hide it. I used to be obscure and say, oh, I'm an octopus. I'm just playing as an octopus. I thought that was gay. And so I stopped doing it. But like, if people will legitimately be like, what? Some people, and then they'll never come around again because they thought I was an anime woman that they could seduce, or
at least you're not catfishing people.
No, no, exactly. And then some people find it hotter, which, you know what? Fair enough. And then Wolf again for 2. I don't know, Akko. The doctor misses the monarch voice works. Wait, what? I'm unfamiliar with this. Oh,
you've never seen Venture Time?
No, I've never ever watched it.
Okay, so all right, so Adventure Time. So it's like a knockoff of Johnny Quest, and there's a character in it. There's a character in it that is a really hot woman, but has a really deep voice.
Oh dear.
I'll pull up a clip and I'll send it to you. You can see what I'm talking about after the stream.
I will
But,
probably have to play it later if it's from a TV show, but you can send it to me.
Yeah, I'll look it up and send it to you. But it's funny. It's making fun of it, and I kind of crack up, especially when the trans community goes. You see, this show has inclusion, and it's like you do realize this show is making fun of it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay.
Well, fair enough. But anyway, you were going to tell a story about, was it dental story or?
So yeah, dental story, and I know I'm gonna get made fun of by your chat for it probably, but it is what it is. I don't care. So growing up, I've always had dental issues.
Oh, same here.
Yeah. Whenever I was growing up, I had really bad earaches. So one of the things is I'm partially deaf, and I've been partially deaf since I was little growing up. I don't have hearing aids and stuff like that, so that affects how you speak because of how you listen to yourself and you interpret words.
Yeah.
So your brain can't process it fully, and that happened because of bad ear infections I had when I was a kid growing up. Really horrid ear infections. And the medicine that they gave me for this was a pink oral medicine to fight off the infections. Unfortunately, it wasn't known until like way later in the future that there is some side effects for that medicine. That side effect is it eats the enamel on maturing teeth. So not the baby teeth, but the teeth that haven't came out yet.
Yes. The ones that matter.
So the enamel on my teeth became really weak. So it doesn't matter, how good my oral hygiene was growing up. I always had soft enamel, and that always ended up in cavities and all that good stuff. Well, also because of that, one of my permanent teeth didn't push one of the baby teeth out, and it came in sideways into my mouth.
Oh.
So, and I basically grew up with that. There was really nothing. It was impacted, and the doctors kind of gave us a choice, major surgery and stuff like that, get rid of it, or if it doesn't really affect anything, which it affected my speech. But at the time, we really didn't know what happened, and I'm not gonna say I grew up in the best of conditions, but money was tight. So I ended up growing up with that for all my life. So having to learn how to talk with a tooth sideways in your mouth, and the fact of being deaf. So I got a slight lisp and impediment. Whenever I started doing YouTube back in 2016 and 17, listening to myself editing videos really helped me out a lot.
Yeah.
But the horrid dental story comes in the fact of I started suffering from abscesses like back in 2014, 2015. Really bad abscesses, and it happened just one right after another. And the only way to really deal with it was either do root canal or rip the teeth out.
Yeah.
And I tried doing the root canals, but they never worked. They actually made it worse, and suffering from immense pain to the point of wanting to shove sharp objects in your mouth to alleviate the pain. So bad it'll make you cry and beat your head against the wall.
Yeah. I don't want to go too much into detail, but I imagine it sucks.
Yeah. So I ended up having to get a top plate. So easy enough. But it kind of comes to the fact of what I said about that top tooth being sideways. It impacted into the top jaw. So what ended up happening whenever they went to go do the plate, about a 2-inch by 1/2-inch section of my top jaw came out. Broke the tooth. So a lot of surgery, a lot of reconstructive surgery, sinus canal surgery because they ripped over my sinus canal, and about 2 years later, yeah, here I am. And I'm a lot better off now than I was way back when.
That's good.
But yeah, I always get that question, and it's I gotta make a bingo card because I've had people ask, "Am I Australian? Am I from the UK? Am I from Ukraine? Am I from Boston?
I think
Am I
Ukraine's just a joke.
Yeah, well, I've heard it all. I've had about 20 different countries thrown out there, and it's like, nope.
Mm-hmm.
Just somebody that slows us words all the time.
Well, thank you for the 2. Small correction, Venture Bros, not Adventure Time. Thank you.
Venture Bros, I'm sorry, not Adventure Time, sorry,
Okay.
Venture Bros.
Well, there you go.
Sorry, Venture something.
It's close enough. Close
Why did I
enough.
say Venture
All
Time?
right.
Fuck.
So we're moving on into the 3rd hour here. I'm not quite sure how much longer you are able to stick around because you mentioned that you have work tomorrow.
I have work, but I'm one of those people. I torture myself. I usually go to bed with like 3 hours of sleep. So
I try not.
I'm
I
good.
try to go with more than 4 hours, just because 3 hours is when I start to nod off while I'm driving on the highway, and I'm like, I can't do that. I can't
Yeah.
do that.
my hard cutoff is like 2 a.m. and I know you're not gonna probably go for that long. So
Tonight, because I don't have work. I was almost going into work tomorrow because my boss is like, "Hey, we're gonna come in tomorrow," and I was like, "Are you sure you want me to come in? Because last time I came in, you didn't have me do anything for 6 hours." And he's like, "Yeah, that's because we didn't expect you because you were sick." And I was like, "Okay, so you want me?" He's like, "Yes." And then he tells me like 20 minutes later, "Oh, by the way, you don't need to come in tomorrow." I was like, I figured you would probably tell me that.
and Mass, don't worry about it. If it's something that I was, if I was worried about, I wouldn't have said anything about it. So don't say sorry. Completely fine.
Now, chat, you can't apologize because, again, when people come onto my streams, they know that they will probably get a little bit made fun of. And I mean, like, I don't feel like I need to preface that to anybody. I mean, like,
come on, rib me a little bit, chat. And it's like your chat's like really docile. And it's like my chat ribs me a lot harder than what yours has so far.
well, my chat is built up of a lot of Kirsch people, and they're typically nice. Although I think Kirsch's chat likes to make fun of her. They don't really make fun of me. Yeah. Now, to be honest with you, I feel like my chat probably has more reasons to make fun of me, especially considering what I decided to come out and say I liked. But you know what? My chat has been nice to me, so you know what? I'm not gonna be upset with it.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But
It is
no,
what it is.
Actually, I seen a comment a while back, and it's actually a really good ask for you. So, how do you feel about having your voice on an AI cover?
I don't care. I think it would probably be easier to do. It'd probably be way easier to do because my voice already has the form of modulation. That the AI would have an easier time doing it. Chat, here's my thing. If somebody does that, you must tell them that it is AI. That is my only request, is that you mention this is an AI cover. Because I know that by not doing that, some people can actually... Because again, my voice is probably so easily modulated because of how it sounds that some people would probably be convinced. So my only request is that you tell people this is not MommaOcco. This is a voice modulated song.
Well, and really for the most part, the voice changer and stuff like that really doesn't affect the training. It's like, you can do Darth Vader's voice perfectly fine. And it's like my AI Jim catches his crappy microphone. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Alvin Lab. Well, not the Alvin Labs, but the AI sound software I use is really good at capturing tones and accents and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I say, it got Kenna Pole's Hick accent pretty good. So, but no, I was thinking, poor unfortunate souls with your voice. How's that?
No, I I could definitely see that.
And have Lumi as Ariel. There you go.
You know what? If you do that and then you're able to find some AI art of me and Lumi, I would be down, and I think she would love that too.
I don't know how Lumi would feel about it, but it would be funny.
She likes fan art, and I would consider AI art fan art. So you know, I'm pretty sure she has an AI art policy on her account. So, I mean, like it's one of those things where if you're actually interested in it, you could look. But I don't think she minds. Period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, heck, there's an interesting AI art cover you could have done for the stream. You could have just got the Mega Man X box art and had me as X and you as Launch Octopus.
Oh gosh.
You go.
Make Lumi black. That's right. You got to make Lumi black because not only is is Little Mermaid black now, but there is fan art out there of Lumi as a black woman. That was done during a Ant stream. So if you were to do it, Lumi would have to be black.
I just make the people seen. As far as artwork, it's just whatever comes into me. I usually rely on fans to do the artwork.
I mean, fair enough. Hood Lum Lum? Yes, Hood Lum Lum. Oh, gosh. Do my affiliates know about this? What do you mean, my affiliates? I don't know what you're talking about, Massive Doge.
Alright, so this is actually something I ran across with Sala. So, Sala came across me because of AI covers, and she reached out, she liked some stuff, and, I became a fan of Sala, and I've talked to her a couple times, and, one of the things I asked her is, like, do you mind if because she's really, really good at, changing her voice. I mean, she's a voice actor also, so she's really good at doing different accents and stuff like that. And I asked her, "Is like, would you object if I did a AI voice cover?" And it's like, "Well, let me talk to my manager." And she came back, it's like, "No, that's not a good idea," and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's probably what they're talking about. I do know most VTubers and most companies and managers are really opposed to that because then it becomes broken and people abuse it and it ends up hurting a potential market for you in the future. So that's probably the reason why chat's asking, which is actually a really good question.
I see. Well, then I would have to ask my manager. He would probably...
Yeah. So that would probably be good for me. And again, this is why I ask. Is like, there's only 2 people I didn't ask to do voice covers on, besides Nick, Ralph, and Kinnapole. But there's only 2 people I didn't ask. That was Pippa, and that was Jim. And Jim didn't care to begin with. He's already gave. If nobody's familiar with the term KAP or CAP, I'll just leave it at that. But they used to, back in the day, IBS used to take different clips of people and mash them together to make them say different stuff.
Yes.
And they even put them together to make music covers and stuff like that. Jim got asked if he had an issue with that, and he basically stated it for everyone. He doesn't care what people does with his voice and stuff like that, or clips, streams, anything like that. Anything of his, anyone can use it. If they want to monetize it, they can. So, Jim was pretty much out there for an open game. And when it came to Pippa, I've always seen people do the AI covers of her and stuff like that, and she liked them and she encouraged them. So, okay. So usually, with anyone else, I try to at least ask before I do anything with, because it's courteous. That's actually how the Kush cover came along. Kush and Pip, because I've got on my channel right now, Girls of Rock and Roll with Kush and Pippa. I believe I sent that to you to
you asked me to. Yeah, I thought
before
it
got put out.
Yeah.
And that is actually a 1 year late cover.
Because you probably asked Kirsch a long time ago.
Well, I actually didn't. So, are you familiar with the Dragon's Treasure?
Yes, I actually am affiliate for him. By the way, thank you for bringing that. If you go on to the Dragon's Treasure and you use MommaOcco, you actually get 10% off of your order. So, if you like tea, like I do, we like the hot tea here at Under the Tea. Just go to the Dragon's Treasure. I've actually had some of his tea. It's pretty good. So, yeah. Go ahead and use code MommaOcco for 10% off your order.
as far as me, I have an affiliate too, but I'm really bad at doing the affiliate shilling stuff, so I always forget. I tell them, like, one of these days I'm just gonna get AI Medica to do it for me, so probably make something eventually. But no, he came across and he found my stuff last year, and he actually came up to me because I guess he was a big fan of the Pippa gym covers. And he asked me to do a debate stream and stuff like that with him, about AI. And from there, he asked me if I wanted to, if I'd be interested in doing a cover of Kush. Well, since Kush is somewhat big and stuff like that, I already knew what Saw said with her manager and stuff like that. I told him flat out, I was like, I'm not gonna do it unless she gives me the okay. So I mean, I'll reach out to her, but I doubt she'll respond to me. And I shit you not, within 10 minutes he sent me a screenshot of a DM of him asking Kush, and Kush says, yeah, go ahead and knock yourself out. It's like,
Okay.
And then a year later I finally get around to doing that. It's a pain in the butt to train the AI on the computer because it takes hours, and when the computer is going through and doing it, I can't do anything on the computer because it ramps the GPU to its max.
Yeah. Well,
So, and that's just training the voice.
yeah, here's what I'll say. Until I get an okay from my manager, the answer is no. But if he says yes, you're good.
Okay, then. That works for me. And like I said, the way I'm looking at it is like you do a podcast, the Under the T podcast. Yeah, you won't be able to play the songs on YouTube or anything like that because copyright. But a fun parody you can link to and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like something Little Mermaid would be fun. And like I said, since your theme is octopus, why not have you do some Ursula songs?
Oh yeah, I think that would be pretty funny. I already told Lumi that we need to get art of me and Lumi dressing up as Little Mermaid creatures, and we could have Mizu probably be the fish, because it would just fit for Halloween.
Yeah. And then Mizu can be Sebastian. There you go. Or Flounder, whatever.
I don't know. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out.
But that's just a funny side tangent.
Yeah. Now, for the last thing I wanted to talk about, and I felt like this was worth talking about just because of everything that's been going on. You have, at the very least in my DMs, and I've seen you talk about it a little bit on Twitter, been very harshly against the commentary community. Can you explain to me kind of why you're so vehemently against the commentary community, and what, like, because I know why I'm against it. I just think they're a whole bunch of moral fags, but like, why are you so upset with them?
Well, that's one.
Okay.
That's one reason right there. Second reason, they're nothing but hypocrites. And that's one thing I can't stand is hypocrites. The rules for me and rules for thee and not for me. I hate that mentality.
Yeah.
And that's a majority of commentary, and especially with some of the stuff that they put out and do. It's very cringe to me. But end of the day, I'm critical of them because of how they do some stuff and some interactions I've had with them a long time ago.
Do you want to talk about that, or?
Yeah, I could talk about it a little bit.
Okay.
I said a long time ago, I used to talk to a lot of the blood sports people, and I still do to this day sometimes. But it really comes down to just how they acted. So I originally came across Augie, Boblax,
Diorio.
Nick Diorio, Tipster, and a couple other ones. Turkey Tom's one of them. I can't remember another. Leonard. Yeah, that was his name, Leonard. And they were just moral all the time about different stuff, and they all got the start from the kill stream. Majority of them, Augie did, and Boblax did, and then they found other people and put them out. So they got their start as like editors for Ralph Retort, Killstream, and stuff like that.
Yep.
You know, moved over to Keemstar, and
I think some people forget that that's where they came from.
yeah, you know, I believe Augie came back the other day and quote what he said. I created commentary, and I mean, if you want to look at it, he is somewhat correct because commentary was an offshoot of IBS. And a lot of people don't know IBS was kind of an offshoot from Gamergate, so it's really unique how a lot of this stuff offshooted. So from IBS, there's a couple different things that split off from it. You know, you had the sector, you had commentary community for the most part, because a lot of those people just ventured into different paths.
Yeah.
And my disdain for them kind of stems from how I got started on my channel. So I looked up to content creators that were like against abuse of the system. One of the main abuses I hate is like people abusing the DMCA system. It's one of my really, really big pet peeves.
Yeah.
I'm really big into fair use, and I'm really big into not abusing the system. I understand the system's there for a reason, and it needs to be used accordingly. So, depending on what side of the argument you're on, you got people who's like, well, DMCA everything that people take of yours. That's kind of a bad stance to have. And then the other opposite of that is like, no, DMCA should never be used and it's all fair use. Well, again, that's also a really bad stance to have because there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
But I'm against people just abusing it. And it kind of stemmed down starting from a creator called Susie Liu.
Yes,
in my book.
I remember the Susie Liu drama. That was like one of the first
Yeah.
times I paid attention to the commentary community because Tipster was like getting DMCA'd by her and everybody was rallying around him because he was the guy that was like fighting against her and all that kind of stuff.
Yes and no. Tipster never got DMCA'd by Susie Liu. Tipster got flagged by someone.
Okay.
It was never a DMCA. It was a community guideline strike that what he got. Susie Liu only DMCA'd one person and took that DMCA back and apologized for it later on.
Mm-hmm.
And the commentary community took that and spun it way out of control. And that's how that whole thing got. Now, I will admit, Susie Liu did a lot of piss poor choices with how she did, and a lot of her React videos were really lackluster.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of criticisms that she did deserve, and I'll put that out right now. However, whenever you are going at a person for abusing a DMCA for stealing content, and your main cohort, Bo Blacks, owns an archiving channel that uploads 100% full uncut videos, streams, whatever, that are either still up, deleted, or whatever, but without that permission put up for everyone to see, and you try to defend it, and then that same person DMCA someone for a video mocking them for a song that they did, and people putting that song up to archive because they're trying to get rid of it, and you're just DMCAing them, and then you try to morfag about it. I really hate that.
No, I agree. I think a lot of them are kind of suffering for that because, again, most recent. Chad, if you don't know, Bo Blacks, who, again, is just an archiver, he just archives the tweets of Twitter. That's literally all he does. He recently had a massive meltdown where he released a phone call between him and another creator named Lyrics, I want to say. And by the way, there's a whole bunch of these people on commentary that I've never heard of because I kind of stopped paying attention or caring about them because they're all gay. They're all just and not in the actual term. They just they act super duper gay in my personal opinion. I don't like any single one of them. And
Lyrics, Shelllogic, a couple of other ones are really new additions to commentary. Same with Xylee and stuff like that. Tommy C, Keemstar, they kind of came from the same area, but a different offshoot from the IBS era. So,
but all of these new guys are just incredibly dumb, and I hate all of them. They're all just massive moral faggots, and I hate every single one of The way that I hear Chud Logic get on there and scream, and it's just like, bro, shut up. I absolutely hate him arguing all the time, especially when it comes to the lolly thing, because it's just like, none of these people understand a damn thing that they're talking about, and I hate it. I hate every single one of them and how bad of an arguer that they are. It just...
I usually just tune out whenever that argument comes up, because I've had my fair shares of talking about it, and I don't like. It's like I don't like it. I agree. I hate the content of it.
No, I can agree with that. Morally, I don't like it, but like, it's one of those things where it's just like, you can morally dislike something, but calling something that isn't illegal CP and then trying to brand people as predators for it, that's the point where I'm like, okay, you are disingenuous and disgusting, and I think you might get sued one day for that.
Yes, and that is something that could happen, and that's kind of the reason why I just don't like touching the subject, because it just ends in bad faith every time.
Yeah, it does.
And again, like you said, they moral fag about a bunch of different stuff. Now, they have some good takes. They have some good points that they can get to.
Yes.
A broken clock can be right twice a day, unless the handles are just completely broke off of it. But
yes.
But besides from that, it's like, I just don't like the hypocrites. And whenever you call them out, and that's you hear a tale of, people looking really dumb for making defensive arguments for bow blacks and stuff like that. That's the reason why I'm blocked by a lot of them, because I was one of the people calling them out.
Yeah.
Never made videos on it. Just
you were on Twitter.
Just pissing the fuck out of them on Twitter and stuff like that. Me and some other people and a lot of other creators, other people made videos and stuff like that. Let them make the videos. But my point is like, the whole thing with Susie Liu was the fact that she DMCA'd someone, and that's what sparked that whole deal. And apparently that's someone new to commentary community, and it was a drama, and everyone jumped onto it, and it's a whole big thing. And like I said, she deserves her lickings. She did a lot of dumb stuff, but it got to a point where it's like, you had actual people fake DMCAing her channel, claiming to be anime companies flagging her channel, and it's like, these companies don't do stuff like this. There's only one instance of a company doing that.
Yeah.
And that was Toei.
Yeah, Toei's the only one that does.
Yeah, Toei is really the only company that does that. Anyone else, they copyright ID stuff. They never really put out actual DMCAs. So it's like, the argument everyone was putting out, anime companies are DMCA, so we're in the right, is like, yeah, there's thousands of other React channels like Blindwave and several other ones that do the exact same content, and they've not got hit by this.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're gonna make an argument, at least make a factual one, but they didn't care about that because it was drama. Bidding on the drama, and everyone liked it. Everyone ate it up. So yeah, and it's just the hypocrisy of the whole deal. So when you do archiving like that, and then you try to DMCA someone else's channel and all that other good crap, it just doesn't look good, and it puts a bad taste in my mouth. And it's like, and as far as tips goes, and it's like, everyone has the stances of like, flags and stuff like that. If you feel like someone's harassing you, use the tools I provided to you. That's all I gotta say about the whole deal. Mm-hmm. I'm not one of those, you're stupid if you flags. I'm not one of those people. And it's like, if you legitimately feel like that something's against TOS, do what you feel like you need to do, and combat against it. If you feel like that you have a legitimate claim and use the DMCA system, follow through the process. And actually go through the entire process. And there's lots of people that just don't. They just follow the initial process, and then it gets counted and nothing happens. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's a legal process. And really, YouTube needs to crack down on that more, because when you follow DMCA, you're saying you're willing to start a legal battle. Yes. Because you've went through this video, and it's violating your copyright. So you're willing to defend that copyright in court. That's basically what initiating a DMCA is. It is a gateway to start a legal process. It's not like, because a lot of people conflate the flag system and the DMCA system on YouTube. Oh, I got flagged, and it's like, well, what was it? Because flagging community guidelines is YouTube's own rules. It's what YouTube deems as against the platform. They have absolutely no say in copyright. They have to follow federal law when it comes to that, and they have to be what's within the safe harbor.
Yeah.
So they have to put in tools in place, in fact, to remove content very quickly and provide a way for that person to take legal action if needed.
Mm-hmm.
And the system's very broken and it can be abused. And I'm okay with people using DMCA if it's legitimate. Like, if somebody is fully 100% ripping your content down and putting it up on a another channel and trying to monetize, even if they're not trying to monetize it, and that person doesn't have your permission to do that, by all means, DMCA it. That's what the system's there for. And they counter it, and if you have the ability to, fight it. Just don't flag something DMCA to get criticism off YouTube. That's stupid.
I think the problem is you're going to have people that have been so upset with how corporations use it that you're going to have people like the owner of the farms that are just going to be copyright abolitionists that are for the complete abolition of DMCA and copyright altogether.
Actually, Josh understands the DMCA, and he's actually all for it if it's done correctly. He kind of has the same take that I do. Mm-hmm. It's there for a reason. You just can't use it willy-nilly. You got to use it for its intended purpose.
No, I agree. I agree that like DMCA exists for a reason, and like I have been, I don't know if silly is the right word, but I have said in the past that like I really don't care about copyright. Like, here's the thing. After somebody is dead, my belief is that once somebody is dead, copyright should just unless they specifically say this is how I want my copyright to be treated, it really should just go to the people. It really should, because there reaches a point where companies shouldn't be allowed to monetize something like that anymore. It really shouldn't. So I have always been of the belief that once a person is dead, the copyright dies with them, and that's how it should be. And it's not how it is, but that's how I believe it should be.
Yeah, no, and that's I'm stupid right now because I completely forgot the term, and that usually happens for me. I'll completely public domain.
Domain, yes.
Yeah, after a period of time, stuff becomes within the realm of public domain. We've seen that with Disney. They had absurdly long, copyrights for stuff like that. And recently, about a year or so ago, we had Steamboat really become out in the open and able for anyone to be able to use freely.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Disney logo, the 3 circles. So the Disney logo is now public domain. It's no longer trademarked underneath them. And when it comes to intellectual property, I get it. There needs to be protections out there for people with intellectual property, but you can't own something forever, and it really kind of depends on what you want to do with that IP. So I get it. Yeah, there needs to be a time limit on it. But again, that kind of comes down to the nuance of this is where things get litigated in court, and it becomes common law afterwards. So depending on how things go and how things are litigated, it becomes common law. Like I say, it comes back down to like what we're talking about with Nintendo and Pocket Pair. That's gonna be litigated, and depending how that goes, it could change the face of the gaming market. How much? I don't know. Maybe for Japan. I don't know how it affects the West, but it's you never know. It's really hard to gauge stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let me. I had there's somebody going is like, I'm confused. What are bread tubers? Bread tubers are basically just like Destiny or Vosh, H Bomber guy. They're political talkers. So they're usually
mostly on the left-leaning side.
Yeah. Yeah, they're usually left-leaning political talkers. That's what a Vtuber is. They talk about politics. Commentary community just usually talks about different things, and Vtubers and commentary are pretty much on opposite sides of that spectrum, because you have Vtubers going in commentary and commentary going in Vtubers. So it's real funny when you see commentary in Vosh and Destiny kind of go at it. It ends with some really funny stuff that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that's kind of where my aspects of the commentary community comes from. And it's like, I wouldn't have a problem with them if they actually just held some standards and used them equally.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest issue is like, so in my opinion, and I know if any of the commentary people watch this, they're gonna go absolutely mad. The fact I said all of commentary as together in a whole, because they don't like being lumped in together, and I get that. But when you use the exact same tactics, talk to the same people, all in the same DM groups, and usually all your videos relate around the same topics at the same time, you can't blame people for making that determination.
Mm-hmm.
But along with that, with the whole ball block situation with what's happening right now, my take on the whole deal is he's being treated with kids' gloves.
Mm-hmm. We talked about that, yeah.
Yeah. Now, there are people that are really, really highly critical of him in the commentary sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to call this the colony eating their own.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this a lot of times. And you'll see this with like some of the things that you see on the side. Not really main center stage, but really you see on the side. So, like with Noxtaku. So, one of the things that, Noxtaku was really close and shindiggy with the commentary community. Yeah, there's some members of the community that didn't like him, but he was kind of close with them. Mizuhana is close, or was close with the commentary community.
Probably not much anymore.
Yeah.
Well, he was going to push him out.
Yeah, I don't know. Again,
maybe
rules for thee and not for me. That I'm still not holding my breath on Mizuhana. But when it comes down to it, a lot of the commentary community will grasp onto people with numbers. Like, one of the things that you won't see is, they supported Keffels.
They did. A lot of people forget about that. And that's the thing that kind of bothers me when it comes, because like they will support they like to pretend that they're like against the current thing. No, they will support the current thing until the current thing is too toxic to touch. So all of them supported Keffels. I even remember when fucking Keemstar got on and started railing about trans lives matter or some shit like that. And he was like, just like co-tweeting with like Keffels and all that shit. I was like, all of these people are dick suckers to the system. And they will do that until it is no longer like viable for them to do so. And then they'll come out and say, "Oh, I was always against this. I was always against Keffels. I thought that she was a horrible person." And it's just like, here's the thing: Flam is a sped, and he has attracted a lot of negative attention because of his sped nature. But there are a lot of times where I was like, Flamenco is right here, and these people are just discarding him because he's not willing to go along with their opinion. Like,
yeah, I
just like a lot of how he acted, and I think that is led to permanent problems with him in trying to get out into the sphere. But I think he was right when it came to Keffels, and these people only jumped off of Keffels when it was prudent to do so. Because I think a lot of them were like, "Oh, Keffels going to tear down Kiwi Farm, so we want to be on the right side of history." And then when Keffels didn't do it, they're like, "Oh, you know what? Keffels was always a horrible person. I hated them." And it's just like, I see right through you, motherfuckers. All of you are just disingenuous.
Yeah, and that right there, that's like one of my main reasons why I just don't like that side of the internet, or that community and stuff like that, because it's Josh said it best today during Maddie. The parasitical leeches that latches on to the most relative thing, and when it's not relative no more, they were never for it to begin with. So it's just whatever the hot trend is. Now, like I said, there's some people that really go against the grain of that one and speak out. Like Xylee is one. Tommy C is another one. They're very outspoken and they just don't fall in line. They have the wild takes at times also.
Yeah, I know Tommy
But,
C
you
is
know-
kind of at odds with some of the commentary at times because he just refuses to like follow the like Tommy is somebody that I kind of have a little bit of respect for because he is just kind of like the guy that's just like he'll do whatever he wants and and all that kind of stuff, and I do appreciate that about him.
Yeah, well, and that kind of can segue into what I'm trying to get at. It's like, perfect example. Tommy C, whenever Mom and Max came out, because there's two profound events that happened with commentary that at the end of the day really kind of affected the advertisement system on YouTube and other platforms, and that was Wake Up YouTube and Wake Up Instagram, and those were two very prolific fans that the commentary community was kind of in the center of. That really, they were doing it for clicks and views, and we're gonna do something really good to it. Kind of fucked the advertisement system up on it, and made it was almost kind of like a mini apocalypse again, and it blew up in their faces, and they drive away from it as much as they can now. It deflect. But it's like, Mom and Max came out with the Wake Up, I can't remember if it was Wake Up YouTube or it was something against, going against the predatory nature of some channels and some people on YouTube against children and stuff like that. And Mom and Max, you look at it, from up close, it was very noble. Tommy C caught this out immediately because the simple fact it was asinine. It's got to cause more harm than good. He was right about that one, and he was only doing it for clout. That was it. And because of his troubles from it, he got labeled a pedophile and some other stuff like that, and it caused him a lot of grief and trouble for the longest time, and it really got a lot of the community against him, and a lot of people kind of just threw him under the bus because, oh my god, he's for like kids being abused and stuff like that, and all the narrative crafting that went on with that whole deal. Come to find out, about 2-3 years later, Tommy C was completely 100% right, and whenever it came out, all the supporters of Mom and Max that was with him, that helped him out, threw him right underneath the bus and ran him over and backed up and came over him a couple more times to make sure.
Yep, I remember that.
And you can see the same thing happen with MommaOcco and MizuhanaOshibe, and you see MommaOcco, he was he's talked to Keemstar. Nox has talked to Keemstar several times. He's talked to a couple other members of the commentary community. He got in through MizuhanaOshibe, and they all kind of came in like through Mom and Max and some other things beforehand. I don't remember off the top of my head, but they came in through that. And one thing you notice from commentary, they don't like someone, you kind of get added to a list. And that list is, of people who they can throw underneath the bus to make themselves look better. And that is kind of exactly what happened with Nux. Because one thing that you would know, I would know, anyone like in the anime spirit, not really VTubing, because Nux got his start in anime. But,
Yes.
One thing that's known about Nux is his questionable tastes and takes on anime and shows and stuff like that. End of the day, none of this was secret. This has always been out there, and it's never been shied away from it. He's never shied away from it. He shied away from it whenever he started becoming a lot more popular thanks to MizuhanaOshibe and stuff like that, and this happened like back in the end of 2022.
And that's why a lot of people hate him. The problem with Nux is everybody's going to throw him to the dogs because everybody's like, you don't have any principles. Your principles died when you got big, and so nobody's going to feel bad. I don't feel bad for him, and I don't think a lot of people will either. I mean, it really sucks that like everything that's happening, that he's getting unpersoned. He's getting unpersoned from the VTuber community because of what he did to Taiga, and he's getting unpersoned from the commentary community because he used to bait Bali material, and it's just like nobody's gonna be on his side anymore. So. Yeah,
and it's like all these commentators, and here's why I call bullshit on the whole deal, because these people, the commentary community, are known for digging up all sorts of stuff, and they have their fingers throughout a lot of stuff. Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the forums, other places. They get information from a lot of stuff, and they get a lot of feedback from their community too. And they choose to listen or not listen to some of that feedback. And all this stuff is being communicated before. The thing is well, Nux is with MizuhanaOshibe, and MizuhanaOshibe has a big number. He's a couple million subscriber channel.
Yeah.
Kind of opposite side from Keemstar. This can bring us more views, and it's all about clout chasing and stuff like that. And the moment that it becomes, like you said, not viable, it's more of a hindrance than anything else. Why underneath the bus tires did they go? Now, is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing if you want to distance yourself from people. But when the stuff is out there known to the public and you're actively going against that thing, and you have these people in your community, yeah, it doesn't really look good.
No, I agree. It is a circling purity spiral, I think is the right word, where they just constantly have to realign themselves. And it does erode audiences. The only people it will not erode is the people that are too dumb to recognize what they're doing. And I'm not trying to be mean. Well, I am being mean, but I'm not trying to be mean when I say there are literally people that are too stupid to realize that these creators are just trying to get them to watch their videos. Like, literally, chat, this is something that, I can't remember who revealed it, but somebody basically came out and said that all of commentary has a Discord server where they actively, like, talk about what they're going to fight about and what they're going to do.
Pancakes.
Was it Salvo that came out and said that? I can't remember.
Yep.
I was probably...
Salvo came out and dropped DMs and stuff like that, and along with Discords. And the thing is a lot of people think that there's just one, two. No, a lot of these communities, people have like multiple DM groups and Discord groups that they have, just revolving around a different talking point or people that they like or hate. So, and you'll notice this if you look at commentary, is like one of the reasons why commentary hates it when you lump them all together, because the way they look at it inside, they're not all together. They're kind of all against each other.
They are.
And the first moment that they get to throw one another underneath the bus to make themselves look better, they'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of comes back to the same point of what I was saying before and earlier in TNDMs. It's like, I think Boblax is going to get a softball. Because Boblax has been there from the very beginning, from within the Killstream days. So with that, he has a lot of valuable inside knowledge. Now, depending on the morality that he has, which I am not gonna bank he has a lot of, but
no, he goes back and forth based off of who he's friends with. Like, that's the problem with Boblax, is he doesn't have principles. His principles are, oh, poor bird. Oh no, that bird's still alive. His principles align on whether or not he's friends with Keffels or with some of these other people, and it's very obvious.
Oreo or Augie, and and stuff like that. And it really depends. So a lot of this stuff is the same thing with the leaks, because a lot of the leaks got pushed away, and it's like, oh, this ain't true. Don't pay attention in this and stuff like that. But it's like, you had DMs where they were going against Boogie. And talking about Boogie and how they're gonna go at him, and a lot of these DMs included MizuhanaOshibe, and I said for like the longest time, like over a year and a half ago, because MizuhanaOshibe wasn't publicly a part of commentary. He still really isn't. But when you looked at it, the public perspective from the outside, he really kind of had no ties to him and stuff. Like, yeah, he knew them and they knew him, and well, they're just personalities are big that know each other's names aligned. That's kind of the perspective that they had of it. But it was revealed with those leaks that MizuhanaOshibe was in some of these DM groups a couple years ago, not just recently because of the MommaOcco stuff, but a couple years ago, and actively like shitting on people. And a lot of the we're against flagging and hardcore free speech, against flagging, we're not gonna do this stuff, openly trying to come up with ways to get Saba and a couple other people deplatformed off of YouTube and Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was kind of like an eye opener, and they walk away from it and they don't mention it, and you mention it, you get blocked, and it's like, oh, all the talking about this, have no idea what they're talking about, and highly critical of nothing. And they, use words to kind of sweep underneath the rug. But it's like, all these people are in communications with one another, and it's literally kind of what Mecca said about about the old medical forums, is like, it's a 24-hour op.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. It also goes back to what Medica said, is you don't have friends on the internet. And I do agree that I wouldn't probably be as harsh when it came to that, because yes, you have no friends on the internet, but also there are some people that you can be friends with. Like the people in my group, I think I can be friends with. Like me, Lumi, Mizu, some of the people that we talk to. I think that we can be friends with some of those people. But there are a lot of people, especially people from the Gamergate era, that even though they're nice, and I don't care if any of them hear this, like, even though they're nice, I will still forever just look at them and just like, okay, but there could possibly be a day where they will decide that they don't like me for whatever reason. So I am always going to be on my feet forever because of that. And it does kind of like make me side-eye people occasionally when I see them being super friendly to VTubers, or just like getting in with VTubers. Like, okay, I understand that the new grift is this, but I am going to gatekeep you if I think for a moment that you're going to be a problem.
It's like, for me, if you're not looking at me thinking that maybe one of these days I'm going to come after you for calling Mario on a stick, I'm going to side you going, you're way too trusting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my mentality of stuff. And I've burned bridges before in the past. Bridges that I've had to burn. Either because, something came out about them that, I didn't even know. And it's like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Or even just being friendly with people online, and, being friendly to the point of, I know them and they know me, but it turns sour. And it, I have a couple of those. I have a couple of those relationships where I'm like, with Kush and Deb, and it's like, I don't talk about you, you don't talk about me, and we go on a separate race.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of people I'm like that with, and it's gonna forever remain that way. It's nice to be optimistic, but
oh no, I think I'm very optimistic too about things. However, there are specific people, and I'm not going to mention them because again, I don't like creating drama with people, but there are specific people that I know, and they're either friends with me or they could potentially be friends with me, that I will always segment a part of my life with, because even though they might be friendly, I know that they have a history of not being friendly when it supports what they want and what they are looking for. So I will always side-eye specific people that have a history of doing that. Now, I'll be nice to I will be nice to every person on the internet. And hell, if people in the commentary community decide that randomly one day they're okay with Lolly, they're okay with Shota, and they want to just get in because they want to like talk about VTuber drama, it's just like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll show you the door, but like you're not allowed to actively eat at my table. You have to stand there with all of the other people that are forced to eat at the kids' table or outside, because like I don't trust you. I don't believe that you won't try and defile the place that I call home. So
yeah.
And again, there's just a lot of people that are like that. And whenever it comes to a community, I will always look at some people and just say, you can be here, but I don't trust you.
Well, and it's real funny, especially when people come in and to us, you comment to us, and
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember who it was. I can't remember the podcast or the stream. It might have been you guys, might have been someone else, but it's like, one of the really big red flags, like for anime is like that the tourists they only know of Shonen Jump anime.
That was my bad anime takes video that I made.
Yeah,
I did make a video.
Yeah,
on
that's what it was. Yeah, it was you then. Yeah, so it's like that's like it's true. It is a really big red flag, because you'll see, and the most funny one is, I hate anime, but I love Dragon Ball Z, and I really detest lolly and Shota stuff. And I'm sitting there going, and it's like, so how much of Dragon Ball do you know of?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I love it. I completely love it. And then you show them Dragon Ball, and you show them the first couple episodes, and it's like, what's your take now?
Or when they say that they love Chibidoki, and they don't know that Chibidoki is actually a lolly. Not even Chibidoki knows that Chibidoki's a lolly.
Yeah, it's like, I don't mind if people have a preference or likes or dislikes and stuff like that. And it's like, for me, the way I look at it is like, I have my moral standard, my moral compass. I have what I like, I have what I hate. It's like some of my favorite animes are like mech animes and rom-coms.
Oh yeah, well, I could tell for some of the stuff that you liked, but that's okay. You know?
Oh wow, really?
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just telling you, I could tell some of what you liked.
Okay.
Chat, we've got the power towers.
But
I'm happy about that.
Yeah, but it's like, I have my own moral views, and at the end of the day, my moral views are mine. They're not anyone else's, and they are not a guiding beacon for anyone to follow. The day I start pushing my morality on other people is the day I need to delete everything off the fucking internet. I'll have an opinion. I'll give my opinion on stuff, but I'm not gonna do what some of these other people, oh, this needs to be banned and removed, and these people need to think this way. I'm never gonna do that, because that is the most cringe thing ever.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I do this all the time because I'm autistic here. But like, one of the biggest things that I will always tell people is whenever they're like, oh, what are your principles? I'm like, well, what does the law say? You know, when it comes to lolly, what does the law say? Oh, that it's not illegal in America. All right, then I don't care. When it comes to firearms, what is it? What does the law say? The law says in America that it shall not be infringed. Okay, then I think firearms need to be in the hands of every man, woman, and child. Even babies should learn how to use them then. If the law says shall not be infringed, then it shall not be infringed. When it comes to free speech, what does it say about free speech? It says that the government can't infringe your speech. Awesome. Then I think that the government should shut up when it comes to fucking me talking about and joking about the government. They're not allowed to talk about it. So like, there are things where it's just like, there can be lines drawn, but at the end of the day, and this is something that I will try to maintain until the end of time, my morality starts and ends with the law of where I live. If the law of where I live says that lolly and shota is illegal, all right, it's illegal. I don't like it. I mean, I already don't like lolly and shota, but like, it's illegal, so you know, I doubly don't like it because it's against the law. If something is legal, you know, if I move to a country where hard drugs and sex is legal, like in public, okay, well then my morality is that I think that's cool, you know. I mean, it also is kind of based on my Christian background, but like, you know, for the most part, I just go with what the state says, because the state is, at the end of the day, the guy that can put me in jail. And I don't believe that there's, I don't believe there's an issue with that. I don't, chat, you'd have to tell me if I'm right or wrong on that one there. Hello? Am I still live? Am I still live, chat? I should be. Is Miles gone? Yes, I'm live. Oh, thank God. Fuck. I don't know what happened to him. Chat. I scared him off. Damn it. I scared off another one. No! I scared another one away, chat. It's possible that he got DC'd, I don't know. Hold on a moment. Oh, wait. There we go. Hello? Oh, he's muted right now. Got stuck in the assembler. Oh no. But yeah, chat, when it comes down to it, the law is the end of the of the moral debate for me. There's some select things when it comes to morality for me, but overall I feel like morality is the strongest thing for me to argue my opinions and views on. Hello? Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I forgot. It's 11:15.
Uh-huh.
For whatever reason, my internet likes to just shut down 11:15. So give me a moment. I'll restart if I found VTuber stuff. But
Oh, I mean, if you need to be done, we can be done.
no. It's not that I'm done. It's just my connection does that. It's up on the connection.
I see.
My company just sucks.
As a lot of them
There we go.
typically do. Oh gosh, I have to readjust you here.
Yeah,
There we go.
I gotta re-enable my my tracking on my phone, so it's all the fun stuff whenever the net goes sideways.
I know how you feel. My internet randomly, up until a couple weeks ago, our internet was randomly cutting in and out, and we found out it was because our net provider only gave the way that they handle the internet is kind of wonky. Because we have so many devices, they tried to split the internet between all of those devices, and it was like making the internet so thin that like when all of us were trying to use the internet at night just to chill, it would just randomly die. So we had to up the internet. It was thankfully only $15 more a month, but like it was just kind of wild to hear.
Yeah, no, you gotta have to try a lot harder to get me to run away.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Anyways,
I didn't. Think
I listened about half of that, and then it's like, yeah, I got bit. It's like, oh god, it's like if you want to like start back up halfway through that, or just move on to.
What point did you poof?
Around the point where it's saying, if this isn't against the law, like First Amendment and guns, stuff like that, then there's nothing to talk about.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's basically it. Like, if it is not against the law, like if there's no laws on, and I mostly just go with U.S. law. I know that some people are gonna be bitchy and whiny and say, oh, but I have my own country. It's like, I don't care about your country. I live in America, motherfucker, and America's the only one I care about.
America.
Exactly. If it's not illegal in America, then I don't care. And like, there's obviously there's going to be some morals that fit into there, because like as a Christian, there are going to be some things that I will probably still say that I don't like. But like for the most part, unless it's illegal, I just don't care.
Yeah, but you know, kind of hit back on what I was coming from is I'm gonna be opinionated. I'm gonna have my opinions. I'm not gonna push my morals off on people. And anyone who does is like, you know, moral fragging. Moral fragging is pushing your own morals off or what you think needs to be moral onto other people.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically just what that is. And it's like, if you like certain content, I don't care. If you like certain things, I don't care. As long as you're not breaking the law, hurting people, anything like that, do whatever you want. And I'm kind of the same way with like different communities. It's like I'm really off-spoken about the trans community, and it's like I don't want to get you in trouble or anything like that. But it's like, you know, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that the trans community does, and I'm really vocal about some of the stuff that they do. Now, end of the day, if they want to, you know, the man want to be a woman or a woman wants to be a man, I don't care.
No,
do whatever you want.
I think a lot of people would agree with that. I am of the mind that because it's not legal, I don't care. Just like, don't break the law and don't bring other people that don't need to be into it into your stuff. Because if you try and if you make it hard for me to avoid stuff that I don't want to see, then I'm gonna care. I think that's what a lot of people really think. So.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I'll be off-spoken. If I don't get your pronouns correct, I'm sorry. You know,
how dare you?
yeah, don't beat a freaking drum over it. Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like I live my own life and I do my own things, and I don't want anyone, fucking with it. And I know as soon as I put myself out there, and this is where the commentary community kind of bit themselves in the butt, is they did a lot of this stuff back in the early days whenever it was a cool thing to do, to go at people for these certain things and have these takes and have these views, but not realizing that later on in the future it's going to become popular and become mainstream, and now they're going to have to take a couple steps backwards to get the egg off their face to make themselves look better again.
Yeah.
And that's kind of exactly what happens with it. So, and leave children alone. It's like I'm under the opinion is like the only one that needs to be talking to children about anything like that are the parents. I don't even think school should. Anything like that. Anything revolving like education. Buds and the bees wise. That needs to be a parenting thing. That does not need to be a school thing or other people thing or another community thing. That should be solely parent and child. That's it.
I agree.
And I mean, and hey, if you're trying to get children online and trying to change your position how they think about stuff, that just doesn't look good for you. So
yeah,
I'm under the opinion of just leave people alone and do your own thing.
No, I agree.
Don't beat a drum about it.
No, I 100% agree with you there.
Yeah,
I 100% agree.
Yeah, I know that's kind of a touchy subject for a lot of people. So it's like sorry for anyone that that's didn't like that, but
I think everybody here for the most part will agree with you on that. And the thing that's funny is like we have people that watch us that are like openly like part of the alphabet, and they don't care. The thing that I think a lot of people tend to forget is there are a lot of people that exist on the alphabet that just don't care about the greater politics of the alphabet. Because you look at people like Keffels, and those are the wrong people to be put out in the open. Because, like, I would say that a good majority of the alphabet doesn't like those people. I would say even, like, I saw this mostly with just gay people in general. Like, they don't want that kind of shit, like, spread around because they know it's bad. They know it's gonna make them look bad. And they would prefer it if these people would just stop. But they don't. Every time we're gonna take this one this way. Oh, this is exciting.
I know it's drove wedges between me and some, like, my former old classmates and some friends I knew from different places, not online, just like in person. It's drove a wedge between them, like with the drag show stuff, and it's like, oh my god, they're infringing on people's rights for drag shows, and I'm sitting there going, I don't care if you want to be a man and dress up as a woman. Don't do it sexually in front of a child.
I agree.
It's like, how would you like it if someone took a child into a strip club? That's the same equivalent.
Some of these people would want that, sadly. Some of them.
Yeah, you know what? That was kind of a, that was a bad take. You're right on that one. But it's like I have no problem with people like that. I have plenty of oh yeah, I already know that. Oh my god, he says he got gay friends and stuff like that. Yeah, I know a lot of people that's within the LGBT community, and
I just call it alphabet. There's too many. There's too many letters now.
I just call it LGB. So, but
fair enough.
I know there's a lot of people in that community, and I know a lot of them, and it's the same thing. They share the same. Share the same viewpoint. It's like even a lot of them are like turned off for like the pride parades and stuff like that. And it's like that's bedroom stuff.
By the way,
that's
chat,
time stuff.
Really quickly, make sure to like the stream, and if you want to slide a $1 or $2 my way, you may, because the stream's monetization is getting turned off after this.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's just the nature of whenever you talk about this kind of stuff. You can almost always assume that YouTube just doesn't care.
Well, you might get lucky and you two may not recognize what I say because it constantly fucks up my words all the time, so.
Yeah.
You might get lucky on that one.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
But yeah, no, that's, you know, I know you've been itching to ask me about the whole commentary stuff, but yeah, that's kind of my main point with the whole spiel with them. It's like, and they had the ducks in a row and they actually called stuff out equally and held their own standards to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big arbiter of that. You have standards, don't, if you're gonna throw a certain set of standards off onto other people, you need to be able to follow those same standards. And if not, well, someone needs to hold you to them.
No, I agree.
That's my stance on the whole deal.
I agree 100%.
But besides from that, I mean, heck, I don't know. We can talk about anime or games, whatever.
I'll be honest with you, when it comes to anime and games, I personally just don't have a whole lot of opinions on them. My opinion is, as long as it's fun, I'll play it and enjoy it, but I am just not that opinion when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of figured you'd be opposite of that. I thought you had a opinion or a take on, you know, certain shows or genres or stuff like that.
I mean, it depends. Like, you ask me about something and I might have an opinion on it, but otherwise I just can't come up with the idea whenever somebody asks me about it.
It is vast. I'll say that much. And it's like one of the points that one of my co-hosts he hates talking about anime, but he always winds up talking about anime with me to try to counter a point. We end up usually having unique conversations.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, is like I haven't been around your area for I think maybe last month or two is whenever I started hanging out around you guys.
Yeah.
So, you know, I haven't really went back for you guys' back catalog to see, you know, the interaction stuff like that. But it's like, I know with me and my crew, one of the good things about us, we don't agree on a lot of stuff a lot of the time. We always end up into bickering matches, but it ends up becoming fun. Because, you know, we usually end up in like tangents of talking about stuff and usually end up coming to unique points. You guys ever do that?
It depends. I mean, there are some things that I think all of us, that me and Mizu and Lumi would probably disagree on. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but like, yeah, it's just part about being friends. Check DMs? Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Mizu seems like one of those people would be like, if you're wrong, just come out and say it. Is like, yeah, no, you're wrong. These are the reasons why. With that lazy eye look on her face, its face.
Yeah. I don't know. You would have to ask me specific opinions on video games or stuff like that.
Well, I know you play a lot of Warframe. How do you come across that one?
I do. Warframe is an enigma because a lot of people hate Canadians, yet they love Warframe. It's true though. You know it's true. People hate Canadians, but Warframe is amazing.
I listen to a Canadian all the time. I know how right you are.
Which Canadian do you listen to?
TC Rogue, my co-host. He lives in Canada.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was gonna say, do you actively listen to Short Fat Otaku? Are you a Short Fat Otaku enjoyer? We don't accept those kinds
I love my sanity too much.
Oh, fair enough.
You hate? I don't hate anyone unless you give me a reason to hate you. It's like
hate is mutually exclusive. Chat. Everybody is hated equally here. It's like,
thank you.
It's called equal opportunity racism. All of us hate each other equally.
Do I have a sword for my avatar? No. That's actually a good talking point. Yeah, I remember your stream that you were. I remember Lumi was really big on hitting on these talking points about shady VTube artists.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. And that stream really kind of hit home to me because of the simple fact of, you know, not gonna lie, yeah, I came into the VTubing from, you know, being a flesh tuber. So
Yeah, a lot of people did.
yeah, a lot of people has done that, you know. But yeah, it's real difficult trying to find an artist or just artist and rigor to have something decent. And you know, for someone starting off in it, it's like it's really difficult at times, especially if you just don't know where to go, who to talk to, or who to ask. Luckily for me, I had some connections, but I didn't have the right ones to avoid certain scenarios. So I made the stupid mistake of putting a call out on Twitter. Hey, I'm looking to have some VTube work done of my avatar. Here's my avatar. Shoot me a message. And yeah, I got some really horrendous artwork. So luckily I found someone, and they made this model. I think this model's like 800 something.
Really?
With rigging and everything. So I think I got a good deal. It's very basic. Yeah, it's very basic. I got some eye movements and facial expressions. Unfortunately, the glasses kind of obfuscate that, and stuff like that. But as far as like a sword or a buster or anything like that, no, my character does not have any weapons.
Not yet.
No, not yet, and possibly not ever. I say when it comes to VTubing, I'm not die hard into it. I'm a fan of it. I'm not like one of those people who's gonna go out and become like Pippa or Iron Mouse or Kush, or no, even
it's a medium
you.
for you. It's not a job.
Yeah, it's a medium. It's fun and it's a hobby. I view everything I do online as a hobby. I don't ever want to rely on it for a paycheck. I think relying on YouTube for a paycheck is like the worst move anyone can do. I get it; it can be lucrative, but
I think it depends. A lot of people will have that sentiment. I think a lot of people just, if they have that sentiment, they are kind of jaded on things, and that's totally fair because, like, I've been jaded on things like that before. However, I would say that they just don't understand how to make it work for them, personally. And that's not me trying to be mean to people. That's just me saying I just don't think you found how it works yet.
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact of I'm not the type of person who can sit down and stream a game and be entertained. I'm not entertaining. By myself, I am a stick in the mud. I will 100% agree with anyone who says I am a boring streamer. I am a very boring streamer. I'm not gonna deny that one.
I didn't say it, you did.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm a stick in the mud when it comes into, like, you know, playing games and stuff like that, because I'm very attention focused. I can not multitask to save my life. So it's either I focus on chat or I focus on the game, and that hurts. That hurts people that can't do that multitasking.
It does. It does.
Because I'll sit down, I'll get engrossed in the game, and I completely forget I'm streaming. I'll forget I'm streaming, I forget that there's people talking, and I look over and I'm not interacting with anyone in chat. And that drives people away. But on the same note, if you don't have anyone coming into your chat and stuff like that, you're not really paying attention to it, and it's hard to be entertaining. When people come back and rewatch VOD, you're just someone sitting there playing a game, not interacting with anyone. So it's one of those, it's hard to get started off. Once you get started off, it's good. But unfortunately for me, I've just been around for so long, it's a habit that I probably will never be able to break. And I got started off, I never really started off streaming. I started off doing pre-recorded videos.
I think a lot of people probably did.
Yeah, I started off doing repair videos. Repairing old Nintendo consoles, modding them, fixing electronics, doing a lot of socket soldering, solder repair stuff and stuff like that. I transitioned from that into kind of talking about games and, you know, the DMCA stuff, and I kind of stuck my foot in the whole DMCA and DMCA, talking about DMCA and games and stuff with Alex Maurer. And I know that's a name that nobody's probably got to recognize or even know of. But I got my start talking about that, and got from that talking about the Magic the Gathering stuff with Jeremy Hambley, which was probably the biggest mistake in my life. But
Did you talk with him about it?
I've actually had him on and talked with him a long time ago. Yeah, this kind of falls into the realm of you know, I don't talk about you, you don't talk about me aspect, but
That's
I think
funny.
I can skirt around it enough to really kind of talk about. I started out streaming with a group of people, and we got the start kind of diving into the BS that's happened with Jeremy Hambley, because from the offset, he kind of got shafted around, and it was kind of a shitty deal that happened to him. Getting ixnayed by WotC and stuff like that, being able to talk about stuff because he had an opinion on a female cosplayer. It was kind of stupid, and got us off streaming talking about that. I've talked to Jeremy a couple times. I've talked to Lou Colin Giovanni, one of the main media guys that was publicizing this stuff, and a couple things like that. And that's kind of how I got my foot stepped into the because that led into like the IBS stuff, because that led to like Andy Warski and a couple other stuff like that. So it's just a ever revolving door of you go from one place to another place, and you kind of like most people like the gambler online. You're just going from one place to another, not knowing what you're gonna do and what people you're gonna meet and where you're gonna end up. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be really bad. It just depends.
Yeah.
But I just got started off in VTubing because I found it interesting. I liked it. One of my favorite VTubers besides Pippa and stuff was like Iron Mouse. And I actually did it was a goal. It was kind of like a charity goal around this goal for Iron Mouse actually. And the goal is like, she's one of the main ones that kind of is like, this is cool. Is like, I can probably utilize this, for myself, VTubing and stuff like that. I like, the avatars. I know it's a stupid reason to get into it, but it's unique to be able to control a animated avatar with just a camera and facial movements. It puts PNG tubing to a whole new level. Which
It is really
like,
cool. It is really cool. I will agree. It is definitely really cool.
Yeah. So I kind of got my start, watching Iron Mouse, watching her and Connor interact with one another. And, it's like one of the reasons why I started wanting to go into, doing this sphere. So one of the things like, okay, Iron Mouse is one of the people that inspired me. So the goal was, my model was going to be 100% paid for from BioLife donations. And it was. So every bit of funds that took to create the model, rig it, and stuff like that to the end goal was done through donating plasma to BioLife, because if everyone knows, she has a autoimmune disease that requires plasma for her to actually survive.
Right.
So for me, that was kind of like my contribution to helping out someone else and kind of stepping into a new sphere myself. Like I said, my problem is I'm just too busy with work and stuff like that to really fully dedicate to streaming, or even just doing video content. I used to do, like I said, anime reactions, but something happened and I ended up having to basically burn the entire channel to the ground.
Yeah.
And I had a year's worth of work, 200 subs on it, and about another year's worth of content that was never going to come out because of what happened. And that just kind of puts a damper on your mood.
No, I agree.
And the only thing that really kind of got me out of that, some was, doing AI stuff with, Pippa and Medical. And it kind of reinvigorated me to go online and just, I never really stepped offline, but I just never really went into it like dedicated as I was, because I was putting a video out every day. And, putting a video out for every day for over a year just to have to burn it to the ground. Puts a bad taste in your mouth.
It can, yeah, I agree. It can.
So, that's kind of where I'm at now. And will I eventually probably go back, do what you do and stream and, be a proper VTuber? Probably never. I'm never going to be able to come up backstory for my character. I mean, I can. It'll be a really unique one. Storytelling aspects for, legends, but, then again, you kind of step into that sphere of, how people are going to take to that, so.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. Just learn a little bit more about you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty much open book. I don't really hide anything. I have nothing really to hide, and it's like I'm a truck mechanic. I work on semi trucks for a living. And it's like, it's not really doxing myself, because it's like
there's a lot of them.
Yes.
No, yeah, that's totally fair. I get that.
Yeah, so it's like, you talked about yourself, you're a factory walker, so you kind of get the realm I'm coming from too. I'm not a factory walker. I walk on stuff when they come off the road, and long hours and all that other good stuff.
Long hours. Right now I'm trying to get those long hours back because we're behind, and we're so behind. So here's the thing that sucks is we're behind, but we can't work overtime to catch up, because the parts that we need in order to complete the project aren't there, and so we just can't do it. So for the past 3 weeks, we've had about 40 or less than 40 hours because we have been unable to do the work. I know that when the work actually finally comes back, we are going to be 12-hour days basically every day, except for maybe Saturdays. And they're probably going to try and force Sundays, but I'm going to be like, no, I need Sunday off for church and shit. They did like try and threaten with that, and I'm just like, okay, then I will talk to HR, and I will tell HR that I live in one of the most southern Christian states in the Union, and if you try and force me to go to church, or you try and force me not to go to church, I know who I can talk to. So
I'm not like that. I am only like that if you try and take away church from me. That's the only thing. It's like, I tell them, I was like, listen, you can have me 6 days out of the week. I don't have a life. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't have anything other than just streaming. And streaming is something technically I can maintain, even though I do work 12 hours a day. But if you take away church from me, I'm going to be a bitch. There's just a couple things where, like, when it comes back to my principles, church is something that I refuse to relent on. So yeah, no, that's that's really respectable. That's kind of like self-reflections that everyone have on themselves. Like, look, with me, it's like I'm not a religious person. I'm more agnostic than anything else. So it's like, but I'm not one of those people who'd be like, it's all fake and racing. I'm not one of those. It's like, everyone has their own beliefs, and there's many different religions, so it's like, each to their own. But it's like, I don't have anything like that. For me, it's like, if I had the opportunity to, I'd work 24 hours a day, because I just love money.
Yeah.
But that for me, that it's been really unique for like the last year and a half. Really, for me, since actually June of last year, because coming off of the depressing saga online, and just kind of just doing walk stuff and stuff like that, changes in life, within the last year, I got married,
nice,
had a kid,
both of those are amazing.
yeah, and that's really life-altering.
A lot of the guys in chat are probably very jealous of you right now because you're you're one of the lucky ones.
Well, I'm probably gonna make maybe some of your female chatters, pissed off because when I say getting married wasn't really that big of a deal. But I say it for a good reason because my wife, I've been together with him since 2012. So we just finally tied the knot last year. It's like, and it kind of falls that it's like with you, Christian beliefs, really heavily religious, and you're not gonna budge on it and stuff like that. Marriage and stuff like that kind of comes on to that same aspect. But for the way me and my wife thinks about it is like it's a piece of paper. That's it.
Well, I think for non-religious people, that is how you're going to look at it. It is just a piece of paper. I think religion is really the only reason why marriage is looked at so closely to a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's like you have marriages in different countries, and the religions too revolve around it. It just does not belong to one thing, and I think it needs to change a little bit, but again, don't shift the status quo. It's kind of fine as it is. But
I agree there.
Yeah, but it's like it wasn't a big deal. It's like because we got married. We got married because paperwork, and that's about it. Taxes, paperwork, insurance, stuff like that. I don't want to say it because a lot of people look at that as like, oh my god, that's just oh my god, they're using each other and stuff like that. It kind of comes off skeezy like that, but no, it's for the most part, it's like it doesn't change how we feel about each other.
No, you both love each other. I mean, I imagine you wouldn't stick together for more than 12 years if it wasn't for that fact. I think it's just like marriage is just one of those things where it's just like that's the state recognizing the union at this point. Because if you were religious, it would be more than that, but it's just a state, a union thing, and I'm sure there's like the tax reasons that come along with it is probably one of those other. There's like, oh, there's a little extra thing there,
Yeah, well, and we had it planned. We had we to this point we still haven't really had a ceremony. We've had there was a ceremony because you gotta go through the steps and procedures, but it wasn't like big 1/8 the most perfect wedding ever is like like Vegas style almost.
Oh gosh,
it's funny.
You go to Homer Simpson style.
Yeah, but it's pretty much like that. But it's like end of the day, he's like it wasn't mine. It's like she's just like, well, let's just do this because we're strapped for funds, strapped for cash, stuff like that. Expenses and
life.
Life sucks. But doing stuff like that, we had this big wedding planned. We're gonna go down and get married at the Crescent Hotel and on October 31st and have a haunted wedding. That was our plan. But it never happened yet. It will eventually. But it's just one of those deals of it's like needed to do it because of certain reasons. One of them was because she couldn't walk no more because of health reasons. And she has health concerns, Hashimoto's and a couple of other things like that. She kind of has the same stuff that Jim has one of her, just without the cancer. That's like the best way I could put it. Has like all the elements that Jim has, just not the cancer.
My gosh, chat. He married a female Medicare. That's chat. That's taking a Medicare obsession to the extreme.
Well, I mean, that's hard words because she watches them the same way with me, and whenever he started rattling off all the stuff that was wrong for him, is like, I have that, I have that, I have that, I don't have that one, I have that one, I have that one, don't have that one, yeah, I have that one. It's like just naming them off, and it's like He's like, you're really not making me feel good about this.
Yeah. A fetish one would say. Maybe. We're not gonna kink shame here, Chad. We don't kink shame here. Alright? We are our own band of losers. We don't kink shame here.
But no, with that, she couldn't walk. And, one requirement for insurance is, has to be a dependent. And the only way she can become a dependent is either one, I adopt her, or two, I marry her. It's like, I'm not adopting her, so marriage it is.
Yeah. Well, there you go. The Uber simp? No, Chad, come on now. Come on now. He's not a simp.
But no, it's like, yeah, and a lot of life-changing events. So it's like, yeah, for work for me, it's like, I'm gonna work as many hours as I can. Got 2 mouths to feed, got a house to take care of. Insurance on the house has been fucking me around. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And it's like,
but would you trade it for the world?
Hell no.
No, you're fine with the way it is.
No, I mean, I think the only thing I'd trade is the debt, but I think that's what everyone else would say too.
I think everybody would be okay with trading the debt away. You're not unique in that situation, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's like, I think everyone else would say the exact same thing. Yeah, my life's perfect, except for the debt.
Mm-hmm. No, I would agree too. Like, if I didn't have the credit cards that I had to rack up during the pandemic, I would be fine with everything else that's going on, Yeah, even
for
brand
me,
new car I have.
Yeah, for me, it's tools. That's my issue.
Mm-hmm.
Tools, the house, and everything else on top of that. Luckily enough for me, I know a lot of other people weren't affected greatly by this, but the pandemic really didn't hurt me. If anything, it helped me out.
Oh, you lucky man. I wish it could have helped me out.
No, that's what I mean. Is like it sucks for a lot of people, and in general, it just sucks because a lot of things change. You can't go out to eat, you can't go to the store, you can't do this and that. But yet, there's certain functionalities of the United States you just can't shut down, and transportation of goods is one of those things. So the old saying goes, and it's a true statement. The trucks stop moving in America, America dies.
Mm-hmm.
So, mechanics keep those trucks on the road. So,
it's a pretty critical part of a part of the world. So I would say that you definitely fulfill a need that everybody still needs.
Yeah, and it just sucks because I think the lockdowns did more harm and disservice than anything else. I mean, I get the theory of it, but then again, everyone has their own autonomy, and they want to take that risk and chance. I mean, shouldn't be able to stop them.
I agree. Chat, we are slowly winding down because it has been almost 4 hours here. I feel like we've done a lot of good talking tonight. I didn't really quite know where things were going to go. I had like 2 or 3 things that we wanted to talk about.
I think we hit them.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, chat. I legitimately almost didn't get to stream tonight because I was so tired. Again, my eye is thankfully not having issues now, but I was so tired that I just was like, shoot, am I able to do this? I didn't say it to you, but I was like sitting to myself, I was like, shoot, I feel like I'm not going to be able to do this because I'm not a good, reliable person tonight.
You would not have put my feelings out all if you would have stood me up. I would have understood. I mean,
I hate doing that. Especially as I've become a professional now, and I only call myself a professional because now I make more than $50 on YouTube every single month. But
good job.
Now that I am thank you. Now that I am somewhat professional in what I do, I don't feel like I have the liberty to try and just cancel like that. I will only cancel if it is absolutely necessary. There is something that is deeply needing my attention. And for the most part, there's nothing now that would fit under that.
Yeah, no, totally understandable, and it's kind of a good stance to have. But like I said, it's for me. I am one of the most easygoing people you can meet online. It's I just go with the flow. It's like I was actually real worried because it's like games. I'm not gonna be able to talk that much during games. It's like because attention and stuff like that. So
No, I think it worked out pretty well. I think some people, when it comes to video games, they need video games to help the vehicle moving. Like I'm able to play Satisfactory in the background here and talk for hours about things. Like if I had to bring up something very specific, I wouldn't be playing a video game. I would just be ranting, which is why the beginning of all of my big streams, like especially when it came to talking about Trump last week, I didn't play anything because I needed to show stuff on the screen. People needed to see what I was talking about. When we're talking about things I already know, I'm gonna be playing a game in the background, and if people want to watch that, awesome. But if they're here for me. It's just an augmented part of the experience. Oh, look.
Yeah, no, and that's really good. And you've done a really good job. Yeah, it's like you've had a couple big names out there, so
Yeah, I'm very grateful.
You've had Mary Ritter on. You talked to them, even though it was
What did you think about
interesting.
that? What did you think about Meriwether's appearance?
All right, so you want my honest opinion?
I do. I do.
I'm surprised Mizu didn't snap.
Mizu multiple times DM'd me because I was getting on a lot of tangents. And part of the biggest thing that I haven't seen anybody criticize me for during that conversation is just how much I tangented the conversation. Because I did. And it wasn't all intentional. Well, none of it was really intentional. But there were multiple times where I feel like I could have done better to keep the conversation topical. But Meriwether either Meriwether did it or I just didn't stop him from tangenting. And it is really bad.
Being nice to Meriwether, I mean, I get his aspects. I get the viewpoint. And I get, where he's coming from. But I only get that from a small streamer's perspective. It seems really... what's the word? I can't come up with the word right now, but it's
good.
it just comes off really wrong whenever it's you're a big. It's there's people that would kill for 1% of what he has, and it's and to have that viewpoint, it really kind of it's comes off the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
And he just can't see that, and I get it. I get why you probably can't see it either. It just
he's too autistic.
The vast public doesn't care. You gauge this from the perspective of an outside viewer that knows nothing of him and only knows, oh, he's this person. He's known for making these comments that everyone likes, and he's a big streamer with all these numbers, and he's complaining about viewership. It just comes off on the wrong foot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I just figured Mizu was gonna snap. I'm sitting there going, I can just imagine his eye twitching. But
he probably did a little bit, and I feel bad for him. But again, there's a point where you balance. Oh, it's content, and there is kind of that balance of, oh, it's just content. So we kind of power through it. And I think by the end, that's kind of how he was feeling. It's it's just content, man.
Yeah, it was an intriguing conversation. It might have done him good. It might have done him negatively. Same thing with you. There's always pluses and negatives with everything you do online. You're not gonna get everyone to like you. Very easy to get everyone to hate you, but you're not gonna get everyone to like you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just perspective of the people. But with with the Kush stuff, Dev. Meriwether, you've done a lot of big stuff, and I don't want to sound like I'm trying to glaze here, but it's
no, you're fine. Yeah.
But it's
you're fine.
But it's you gotta be proud of those accomplishments. I'm proud of the fact I got recognized by Pippa and Medica, and it's that's one of my claims to fame, and that's probably gotta be my only one. So
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. When it came to all of that stuff, like, I look at where I've come from and where I've gone, and quite literally, like, there are parts of my brain where I'm like, how did I get this far? I had no plans for this. And then the other part of me is like, well, I got here because I got here because I asked to be here. And part of this is part of, like, the religion side of things, where I believe that God puts us in places where I believe that we ask to go. I have asked for multiple years from God. I want to be in a position where I can either help people or do these things. And I mentioned this multiple times, but I used to be Mormon. I don't know, like, how much of that you actually really know. But as a Mormon, we get this thing called a patriarchal blessing. And even though I have issues with the Mormon church, I still believe that like with all religions, there are kernels of truth to everything that people believe. One of the things that they have is this patriarchal blessing, which is supposed to, like, tell you general direction that you should go in your life. And I believe wholeheartedly what it says, because I have seen it work firsthand. And some people may just say, oh, that's just wish fulfillment, or that's just, you know, religions being religions. I don't see it like that. I actually look at how I've seen it, and I say to myself, okay, God has actually directed a lot of the things that I have asked for. And I'm not trying to be careful with what I say. I'm just trying not to, like, I'm trying to not be weird when I say it. I believe that there is something I'm supposed to do. And I'm not trying to say that in, like, a weird kind of shitty, like, oh, I'm supposed to be the next, like, religious preacher kind of thing. Like, in my patriarchal blessing, it literally says that people will listen to me and people will flock to me if I am a force for good and I am willing to share something. And I believe that. I 100% believe that God is going to have me say something, possibly. And I believe that more every single day with the fact that I am able to, not just me, but, like, we are able to attract people, and we are able to help people understand, and we are able to defend people. So I believe that there is something I'm supposed to say. It might not be related to lolicon. It might not be related to anime. It might not even... I highly doubt it's related to politics either, because I don't believe God is in a place of contention. But I do believe that I am here to do something important, because I believe that whenever God tells me, you need to keep yourself diligent and remain pure so that you can tell that to somebody, I believe that there's a reason why. So... I believe it.
I think I've fulfilled that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I got to melt one of my friend's brains with Tide Pod Earth Theory.
Oh, gosh.
I'll tell this short story, and we wrap it up and whatever, yes, like that. So, do you know of someone named Magog of Morska?
No.
Okay. So, he's kind of like a little bit of a right-leaning center content creator, and he dresses up as a archaic wizard.
Okay.
And it's a stick that he plays, and he's viewing our world through a magical portal, yes, critiquing all the rogue BS that's happening, and how whenever he comes over and takes over, he's going to wipe it all away.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the sticky place. Well, I know him. Yeah, I know him, and him and a couple other people, for whatever reason, they're having a stream about Pop-Tart Earth Theory, and it was a stupid thing that was going on around, I think, 2019, and it was, the whole Earth Theory deals that were going around. I think that's when that happened, and we were kind of just poking fun at it. And one of the absurd things that we came up with was Pop-Tart Theory, Pop-Tart Theory. And I was invited to the stream, and a couple other people were invited to it. And we derailed that stream hard. He never got to the point to that stream. But, and I'm one of the main reasons why. Because during that whole deal, the stupid eating Tide Pod things were happening.
Yeah.
And we were just coming out with all sorts of stupid stuff. And I'm like, what if someone came up with Tide Pod Earth Theory? And my friend lost it, threatening to come down to my house, rip my arms off, and beat me with them. And it was such an outrageous freaking reaction. During that whole stream, we came up with the lore, the prophecy, the religion, the chant, the sermon, everything. It became a meme.
That is interesting. Perhaps
It's
I'll have to have you
funny.
talk about it a little bit sometime. I don't know.
Oh god, I have that stream saved on my channel. I've got to clip it out to read just that portion of it, but I'll screw with him every now and then. I'll go, if you ever come across someone called Help for the Guiltless or HFTG Archive on YouTube, go to his chat and go, hashtag Tide Pod of Furry, Hail to Lord Sniggles. And it will drive him absolutely batshit insane.
Wasn't there also something that says that you must put effort in? Oh no, yeah, you do have to put effort into things when it comes to doing things. But I have put chat. That's why I put a lot of effort into what I do, so that I can receive what I believe that God wants to have me do. But no, I wholeheartedly believe that, chat. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm done talking about like what I believe in my religious zeal. I try not to like be such a religious individual.
Well, who knows? You might end up getting some worshippers in chats, and you might become the next Cthulhu god. You never know.
I don't really want to like do that. I am not a religious figure, chat. If you treat me as one, you're banned from chat. All right. You can simp for me a little bit. I've had to be okay with the simpery, but you cannot treat me like I am a god.
Oh man, I think a interesting collab would be you and Omegon.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I don't think he likes Lolly either. I think he's like, I don't know if he's anti, but he definitely. Oh, I'm being attacked right now.
He has the take of, he doesn't like it, but he also understands the legal factors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's kind of the same way. He disdains it, and he doesn't agree with it, and stuff like that.
Oh, I died.
But no, Cthulhu Mom. Oh god.
Alfarius, who's that, chat? And there goes my inventory.
Yeah, I don't know if there is. I know Omegon. He hangs out with Magog and Akira, which I know probably names you and no one else in chat knows of. But Dad, I have to make it. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I know who you're talking about now. But yeah, no, it's like, no, for me, my job comes first, and I'm I was a diesel technician. I work about 60 hours a week. Used to in the other town I lived in, worked on the volunteer fire department, and it's like whatever spare time I have, I do it online and have fun. That's about it. I usually do streams. I talk to people. I don't do gaming streams and stuff like that, which I know is a turn off for some people, but it is what it is.
And with that, chat, I think we are just gonna slowly float off into the sunset. I appreciate you, Sparky, for coming on as long as you have. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry if I might have been a little bit of a buzzkill for your stream, but
no, you were just fine. I think whenever we can talk for 4 hours and chat, we maintain a pretty decent amount of the chat. I say that's pretty good, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
And we're gonna give you a chat to Rima. Rima's pretty cool. On Twitch, who's on Twitch? Probably also Rima. Hold on. Yep. Also Rima. Oh, do I follow her on Twitch? Probably not, but we're gonna raid. Chat, we will be back tomorrow for a game that I have been allowed to test called Ascendant. You guys will get to see first gameplay footage, not the first, but like first hand not footage of it. The thing? What thing? Hold on a moment. I need to...
Do the thing. Occo, do the thing.
What am I looking at here? It's a 28-second video. Oh. Hold on, chat. Okay, we can pause the raid here. Cancel. I hope this is copyright free. I'm gonna be upset if it's not.
And they come for me, so...
I hope this music is copyright free. I do like this though. This looks nice. You're giving Mersh a run for his money? Here, Victus. I might have to use this as an intro. I'll send it to Manager Man. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Alright. Continue refine. I don't know if you said you were done with it or not yet, but continue refining it, and we might use it. We'll see. Anyway, chat, thank you so much for being here tonight. Sparky, again, thank you for coming today.
No problem.
And chat.
Anytime.
Yes, and chat. Oh, wait. I think I missed a super chat. I don't miss super chats, chat. I'm a whore. I don't miss super chats. Do guy for 10, and this was about the trans stuff. They have children actively participating in drag shows, dancing on stage. It's a fetish that has become acceptable to push on children. Yes, it has. And that we need to get rid of. All right. Thank you so much for all the super chats today, chat. You guys are amazing. Very much appreciate all of you. All of you have a fantastic day. I'll see you tomorrow night for Ascendant. Have a good night. Bye.